Four.
See and hear you.
Four.
And live Josh to you.
Oops. Adam, are we live?
Live Josh to you.
Thank you so much, Adam. Hey, everybody, welcome in. And now that we're live and haven't stood around...
Seamless.
Yes, perfect. So good. We're very talented. Guys, welcome in. You're here for Conundrum Company. I don't have... Anyway, we're going to do that in a minute. But first, we're going to announce some things. Parker, over to you.
Sure, I'm here to tell you guys about your schedule. So we will be back on Monday, September 13th for Highlight Heroes featuring It's Anna Margaret. That'll be super duper exciting. Just a reminder for you guys, Friday, September 17th, there will be no Off the Rails. Unfortunately, nobody's going off the rails that day. They're all going to Gen Con, or a lot of them are going to Gen Con. So we'll be just having a free Friday, and then you will be back with us on Saturday, September 18th for Conundrum Company. We will all be here. We are not going to Gen Con. So you guys can come hang out with us if you're also not going to be there. We have a new community event that you guys can put your tweet tokens in for right now. It's called Conundrum Babies. You can join the cast of Conundrum Company for a very special non-canonical playground adventure. Do we know what that means? No. So we'll figure it out together. On to you, Josh.
Guys, none of these Conundrum Babies could be brought to you without our fantastic sponsors, the first of whom is... Skull Splitter Dice! Skull Splitter Dice! Not only do they sponsor our shows, but they also sponsor a giveaway that you can get in on during the break. We're going to be drawing it at the end of the month, but you can get in now. Exclamation point win will get you entered during the break. Followers get 1 entry, subscribers get 2. Make sure if you're going to subscribe, do it beforehand. It's not retroactive. And it's for a big skull mug filled with approximately 100 dice. In the meantime, go check out Skull Splitter. Their products are very good and very cool, and we love them very much. Thank you, Skull Splitter. Of course, our second sponsor is the gooeyest of cube companies. Gooey Cube. Guys, if you don't have time to brew a whole world for yourself, Gooey Cube makes one for you. It's beautifully packaged, very well thought out, with a ton of meticulous lore developed and set up, ready to go for you. Beautiful products. We highly recommend you take a look at Gooey Cube. The link is in chat. Of course, a huge thank you to our players and Tanner Mythalidor for helping us work on our Twiki, which is live and up. The link is in chat. If you want information on our shows, if you want synopses and lore stuff, go check out the Twiki. Sean, on to you.
Hey, everybody. I would like to talk about our charity of the month. It is the National Alliance on Mental Illness. It is a foundation that's set up to help people get the treatment they need for the mental illness they may have. So if you can go ahead and donate to them, there's a big link below our stream. It says donate, big button, go ahead and press on that. It's set up to take you directly to their donation site. So we'd very much appreciate anything you can give them go in their direction this month.
Thank you, Sean. Any other announcements?
We love you.
We love you.
And on that note, we would be remiss not to acknowledge that it is September 11th, guys, which is a horrific date in our nation's history. We want to take just a brief moment of silence to acknowledge that before we proceed into the campaign, so just bear with us for a few seconds here. All right, so we appreciate you guys sticking with us. And we are now going to head into Conundrum Company. Is everybody ready? Here we go.
Yes.
Okay. So, we rejoin our party at the final market on the southwestern side of Greyhawk. Having made their way over to Otto's irresistible dance hall, Sunshine, Demi, and Zahl had taken a little time to enjoy the lounge while waiting for the eccentric wizard. Eventually, Otto had arrived, expecting to be wowed by the group so that he might provide them with some help for Zahl's quest. Zahl offered some magical trinkets, but when Otto wasn't buying it, Demi stepped in, putting on an impressive show in the Gravitilous dance hall with a little support from her friends. Sufficiently impressed, Otto led the trio to a private room where he enchanted a strange compass with a fraction of magic from the Ostis anchor. He informed the party that they should be able to follow it to their goal. Objective completed, the party headed to bed, waking the next day to find 2 Salvators waiting for them in the entryway. Initial surprise quickly reconciled, they headed out into the city first, scouting the embassy of the Great Kingdoms before settling in for some shopping. As they traveled towards their first store, Sunshine's eye was caught by a familiar-looking theater. They stepped away from the party for a moment to enter the theater, finding it empty, though featuring posters of various performers, one of whom seemed very familiar. Slipping further into the theater, they found an odd figure who sold them tickets for the show featuring the figure in the posters, which was to start in just 3 days on the 23rd of Ready-Reet at 7 p.m. Tickets acquired, Sunshine rejoined the party for some more shopping. The party ended their spree at the final market with the intent of seeking out Thalie Merrybringer. They stand just outside the Flesh Quill, Zahl having just acquired a tattoo. The hustle and bustle of the final market carries on around them. It is the afternoon of the 20th of Ready-Reet, and the day, my friends, is yours.
Having just seen Zahl summon the courier in that inside the flesh quill, and seeing their response, Sunshine will wait until they get outside and then say, Zahl, would you mind sending this as well?
Oh, yeah,
Holding
that's no
out
problem.
An envelope and a bunch of paintings for Bicker.
And yeah, Zahl pulls out 25 gold. I have 25 gold. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I have. Well, thank you.
I
very much.
got it. I need to spend my gold on something. 25 gold, and yeah, he puts out the 25 gold, and summons it, and shoots it off to Bicker.
Thank you very much.
Is this just for me, because I'm dumb button? Is this the first letter that was just posted, or is this a new batch
No,
of
I'm
letters and
sending you the
paintings?
new one now. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I did it down.
Good to know. Thank you. I appreciate that. I will, when I get a second, take a read. I get to see it, and none of you do.
Yeah.
Unless you want to read it out loud, button, you're welcome.
No.
Okay.
Cool. Well,
Is Sunshine planning our deaths, like, in these letters to her husband?
Fully.
Like,
I'm going to
It's a fully
Tomorrow.
open letter. You could totally like
It
look
just-
at it if you absolutely wanted
They
to.
trust me.
The first one's in the
letter
fan
says, "They
Discord to
trust me.
read.
Tomorrow is the day.
First, I'll kill the squishy buttons.
All of
The whole
every
party!
single one of us.
Seriously.
Well,
Don't call me out like this.
I don't know how we're alive. Anyway.
Phases out of existence.
What do we
Right.
think? Grab lunch and then look for your wizard buddy. Wizard person. Thalie.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Everybody else?
Remind me again, we're looking for him because...
Oh, from what we found out at the chapel, he's studying archons and was asking for like specific archons, and so like you may know something extra about my mom, or you know something that I don't, possibly could help us out. But I do have this, and I think I hold up the compass again and kind of do a little bit of a shake, just to like show that it's like it's always pointing in one direction.
Okay.
It does
And
point in
we-
the same direction it was before. I'm sorry.
I got scared because you looked up, and I got genuinely scared.
I was reading Sunshine's letter.
It's all good. I got scared because you were like, and I was like, no, don't tell
I'm
me.
sorry.
It's like
I
fully
was-
just spinning on the spot. And I'm like,
I was
I was
making
ready
sure there
for it
wasn't
to
something
just
I
point.
needed to know
To the Ossus anchor.
immediately.
points.
To
Tilts
the,
down.
now it's broken. You sat on it. Shit.
Ah, damn it! I knew I shouldn't have sat on it.
That was an intentional thing I did. I was like, maybe.
Yeah,
All right.
man.
Glass in my ass.
Shoot.
Yeah, it's the third time this
Damn it.
campaign.
What?
Don't ask.
We
Anyway,
didn't talk about the other two. It's fine.
it's fine. Zahl has
Off screen.
problems.
Off screen.
We're learning so much about you.
Right, I think lunch would be great. And
Lunch is
then we
great.
can go find this mysterious person.
Love it.
So, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Do you eat? I don't, because the other you doesn't now, and I don't know if that like translates over or.
Josh, that'd be a you question. He's made of snow and is technically an illusion.
He
Does
doesn't
he
have
need
to
to
eat. He's
Okay.
fine. I know.
Neither of us eat. Ha ha! I've escaped the machine of food.
What?
We
Wait,
don't
was that a
need.
joke? That was. I like it.
Not actually, but yes,
Okay.
you can laugh at it if you'd like.
I think the machine of food is kind of funny.
All right.
Sure.
Go take a short rest.
That's good.
Okay. Is there anywhere in particular you're looking to eat, or is this just a fine street food?
Let's roll a die and pick a number.
Let's
Hell yeah!
You
see if
went
they have food at that
back at the
place.
tattoo store.
yeah. Hang on. I'm gonna
We'd
roll
like
a
some
D100,
food.
and that's what we'll go for.
walk
lunch.
back and we're like,
D100.
you got food
Okay,
here?
how about instead
half that will go.
roll me a d4?
What about 18? Is 18 a restaurant? The Scholars Cluster District. Let's go there for lunch. It's delicious.
There is food acquirable there, or you can
Isn't
roll
that where
me.
we're going anyways?
You can roll
No,
me.
D4.
You're in the place where you need to be, pretty much.
I'll roll you a D4 then.
Yeah.
A 4. The best place.
That is the Windward Lodge.
Nice.
The Windward Lodge
Lego.
is in the Four Pools district. Genuinely, 1, 2, 3, 4. It was number
no.
4. So it is up on the kind of northwest side of town, not terribly far away, but it'll be a little bit out of the way if you do decide to go there. It's up. I think it's 20, 26 or 25.
It's 45.
45 is the district, yes.
No, the Windward
God
the
damn
Windward
it.
Lodge
Is
is
it off
the
in here?
45.
Well, then it's in the wrong. So,
Oh, buddy.
no, come on.
Oh,
oh, okay. 46 is where you want to go.
Okay.
Oh, gotcha.
Ah, it's the big tree.
I think I've realized what I
Is
did.
it like a big
Is it
windmill?
one off?
I
Oh,
had
yeah,
to
all one
remove
off.
some things from this list to make sure they weren't on here,
Oh.
and all the numbers are off.
No.
That sounds like a full threat. What you just told us.
Well, yeah. There's secrets.
Relatable and terrifying.
Yeah.
Understood.
But 46 would be where you are actually headed,
Cool.
Gotcha.
if you choose to go there.
Right there.
Would you guys like to get street food for now and maybe go to that tree at some point
All right.
Sure.
later tonight? Do dinner there? or
I'm fine
something?
with that.
And there's food everywhere in the final market, like stalls
Perfect.
next to potion stores. As you are kind of looking around, make a perception check for me. All of you. I don't care.
Kia!
Somebody will see it.
Ooh.
Here's Ashi. Kia!
23.
23. Sunshine's got you.
9.
19 plus 12?
Okay, Demi for sure as well.
That's a 9.
Okay, so
That's,
Hang
Zahl
on,
and
let me see if the
Salvator.
other me can
Yeah.
see it.
that's me. That's
Oh,
Other
me.
me.
Yeah, roll.
Because I used Ashi.
My hero's a 15. 16. Oh my god.
Okay. So, a few of you, Demi and Sunshine and Talvasaur as well, recognize
Hey.
a number of stands. One of them looks particularly interesting. There is this basically flat top grill that is sizzling away quite loudly. And as you begin to approach it, it smells really good, but there are these strange small squid-like creatures, like raw, hanging from a rope along the top of it. And as you kind of glance up, this figure who looks to be kind of probably half elven of some lineage, you're not sure what the other half is, but they've got the slightly pointed ears rounded, cuts one of these down and kind of throws it on the flat top, splits it in half, kind of long ways, and it flattens open even flatter. And then just turns it over and it begins to sear on this. And after about 20 seconds, it places a little wooden stick in the middle of it, and then they put they close it long ways again over the stick, and then flip it and let it cook further on the grill. And after a minute, they lift it up and hand it to somebody, and you see them kind of cooking this strange creature
On little kebabs.
on little kebabs, pretty much whole squid on
It sounds
kebab.
delicious, if I'm being honest.
Seafood?
With you, like, right now.
I
Sure.
see it as well.
Well. Are you sure that's not a joke?
Oh, because it comes from the. I'm sorry.
Ah,
I saw you were literally
Cool.
born
God.
yesterday. So it's all good.
my goodness.
Beautiful. So
Perfect.
it's like a silver piece for all of you to get one each, across the 5 of you. 5. But essentially, as
Nope.
you take a
Three.
look,
3 of us.
3 of us that eat.
right,
Two
the
of
3 of
them
you.
don't
You know
We
what?
give them to the.
Let's make it
familiars.
8 copper pieces. There you go.
This is the math.
As you just throw the copper down, you're handed these 3 squid-like creatures, which are dead and just fried to consume.
Perfect. They
do?
do so.
As you take a bite from it,
Here we go.
you kind of crunch into it. There's initial crunch that is kind of the exterior membrane of this thing that you bite through. It's a little chewy in texture. And as you break through that, there is a pop and a slight surge in your mouth that almost feels magical. And you kind of swallow it down, and there's this nice kind of slightly charred aftertaste. It kind of it's like biting into a gusher, but with a hard exterior. Yeah.
I love it.
Hey, Josh.
Oh.
Yes. Hey, Josh.
Yeah.
What are these things called?
So, Salvator, you would know these.
Of course I would.
These are called Squid Sticks, but the creatures that they're eating are actually freshwater squid that reside within the lake around the citadel itself, and they just send out little trawlers to pull them in. For the longest time, they were considered trash fish, kind of like shrimp were
Lobsters?
for a long time, or lobsters. And eventually, some enterprising person was like, you know what? There's an abundance of these, and we can sell them on a stick.
Gotta love a squicks.
Yeah.
That's
But there is
squid
a
stick.
slight,
a
as
gusher
you,
fish.
as Sunshine, as you turn around, there is this like little blue glowing neon smear of where some of the inside is kind of.
I wonder if this is going to bite me in the ass in a little bit.
Salvatore, what the fuck is this?
A magic squid pulled from the lake.
What's that magic?
I don't know.
What do they do?
Did you read the sign?
No.
There's
The
tours.
sign
They
says
take
Squid
tours.
Stick.
You can go on the boat and fish around with them. It's
What
good for
does
tourists.
what does it do?
It's a very popular attraction.
Does it do anything, Josh, or is it just a magical flavor?
Nobody really seems to
Edamame.
believe that it does anything. The amount of arcane energy within it is minuscule and irrelevant.
Fully harmless, should be fine.
I 100% think
All
you
right.
turn around and Zahl has bought 2 more. And
Bless.
it's just like,
Zal, by the end, you have this neon, like, kind of glowing little
oh yeah,
pattern
he's
around your mouth.
also fully feeding Ashi
Ashi's
some too.
covered in it.
Yeah. How much was it?
That's pretty good. For a couple, we'll say 4 copper pieces, man. These are literally nothing.
Just making sure.
They are regular food just to kind of nab
These are nothing.
cheap as possible. There's not a ton of taste to them beyond the taste of the grill, honestly. And a slight jolt when you bite into it.
Electrifying.
I had a thought, and I'm not. So we can walk and talk now. Great.
Yes, let's-
let's go find your person. Let's go figure out what we're doing.
You have a short rest? I almost said long rest.
That is what we're doing. We're eating and just.
You can just kind of there's benches and seating areas and little. Again, you see these like canvassed areas where those canvases that you had initially seen in the White Cliffs district have kind of spread out into the rest of the city that are kind of providing shade if it were necessary. It happens to be the middle of winter and it's pretty overcast beyond the protective boundaries of the city. But yeah, you find a spot to eat.
Cool.
Chow down, and you may have a short
Nom, nom, nom.
rest.
Thank you.
We
Please.
done did it, y'all.
All right.
It's mostly for you, because I don't
Yes.
get
What?
anything.
What?
What?
Yeah.
Me?
Your warlock
Great.
nap, you know.
A whack.
It's some more like
No. No. No.
As far as
I
I'm concerned, you
refuse.
just woke up
Stop
a
it.
wireless access point.
There
No.
you go. Thank you.
from the top. Dude.
Make it drop, dude.
Oh no.
Next.
What? I feel like we have the same energy as last time, but we're live, right?
Wait, really? That was a
Right.
permanent thing we do?
No, we're
Force
live.
out.
Yeah.
Pre-record
Oh,
these.
shit.
Sorry, chat.
Oop.
Oh my god.
Oh, I did it. Oops.
So after that short rest, we're heading. Me big dumb. Where are we heading?
The
on the map?
directions were that kind of to the north of the final market. Thales supposed to live up there.
Okay.
So again,
Do we have anywhere to find him?
Don't forget, you all get the 9 temp hit points.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That happens
Even
after short
Tarbasaur?
rest.
it's so weird.
Yep.
The squid takes away
Nice.
9 of your temporary.
Good thing I didn't have an 8.
Yeah, I can choose up to 5 creatures, so it's you
Yay.
4 plus Ashi.
Sweet.
Protecting my boy.
We were wasting 9 temporary hit points this whole time.
Oh my god.
Every time we woke up, just 9 temporary hit points went away.
Oh, I've been giving them to the bad guys.
That explains it.
Adam's like, excuse.
I choose who I give it to. Not like it's like I gotta give it to 5. That
I
dude.
just
that
assumed you'd want to help
Yeah,
me, too.
I figured we were friends, Adam. So, how do you proceed, my friends? You are currently in the final market. You have your squid on a stick.
Are we just
I like it the other
asking
way around.
around?
Stick
then?
on a squid. Yeah, that's good.
Are we just asking around, or do you have any idea where he is? Or
Did I get an exact address, or did I get?
I don't believe you got an exact address. I believe you got a direction.
Okay.
The northern side of the final market, like within 3 or 4 blocks, but you don't have the exact place. And they're pretty densely packed apartments. As you kind of begin to wander out of the final market into this kind of residential area, the chaos of the Beacon District continues. There are people on flying devices. There are conversations.
Like a rat race, dude.
A lot of trading. A lot of rat race going on. But you see these kind of structures. A lot of the time, these kind of white-walled, almost marbled structures are stacked on top of each other. And you'll see one apartment. Think like Taos style like architecture, where they're square blocky buildings, flat roofed, with a lot of time compartments that are independent families living in different spreads.
I know that we all live in one lighthouse, and I know that sometimes we all live on one boat, but this seems very close together for people that aren't close.
Yeah.
Well,
Claustrophobic.
the difference
Yes.
is they can leave these abodes and walk around. The ship and the lighthouse don't really have that option.
That's true. It's fair.
I mean, if our lighthouse is connected to
If
land.
anyone here spends their time inside there, not usually, is my point.
All right. So, looking around, are there like bars or like watering holes or anything like that where we could ask for someone's name? Like,
Yeah, make a perception check for me, Sunshine.
I'm going to stop someone and ask them where Theodore Maryberry lives.
Theodore Maryberry.
24.
Okay, so as
Sorry,
you're doing that,
Sally
Sunshine,
and
you asked for
Maryberry.
Theodore Maryberry, and hold on,
We're
actually.
looking for Theodore Maryberry.
Salvator.
Maryberry.
Hello.
Maryberry. You know what? I think Maryberry
Sally
lives on the other
Maryberry.
side of the final market. If you head back over, there's a
Zahl,
Maryberry family over there.
Can't keep doing this with you.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir.
Come on.
Wrong name. No.
Pretend that he
wait,
meant
wait,
Sally
stop,
Mary
stop.
Bringer. Then
There
look
we
at
go.
the thing.
Sally
Oh,
Marybringer.
I haven't heard of
they have a cousin.
a Sally Marybringer. Sorry.
Insight check.
Well, then Maryberry it is.
Insight check!
So
Once
inside
I got it right.
they do seem to be sincere, but Sunshine,
Okay.
as you're having this conversation, you glance up and you do see that there are little wall plates with names that sit next to the doors, and just about 50 feet off to your left and one story up, there's a wall plate that says Marybringer on it.
Oh, hey, Zahl.
Yeah, what's up?
Come here.
Salvator.
What now?
It's
What is
this
it
way.
now?
This way.
You just walk over to it.
No,
and
he
tap
said
it.
he said south.
No,
Whatever.
that was the other person
Follow
that you
them.
were looking for. I didn't know you were looking. Who are you looking for?
Your friend, apparently.
I know nobody here except for you, obviously.
Well, then fine. We'll go here. What is this place?
This is the Marybringer place.
Not the shop?
No,
This is his surname. The logical conclusion is that he or someone related to him would live here.
Most likely. Well,
Is there a doorbell? Is there
yeah. Is
a
there a knocker?
buzzer?
There is no buzzer or doorbell. There is a door that you may knock upon, however.
I'm gonna knock.
You do so.
Interesting. Ooh.
Ooh.
Wow.
I cast knock. No, I'm kidding.
This character
door
development, y'all. I would have just walked.
You are
my
now
ass
breaking
in.
and entering.
No,
No, we didn't break it.
We just entered it.
they just opened.
Okay,
This is
so
really breaking and entering. You don't
you
break and
knock, and you, aye, 1 minute break, hold on, and you hear clattering and crashing and shifting, and then a curtain kind of shing inside. It sounds like a curtain on rails. The walls are pretty thin, and then after about a minute or two, the door swings open, and there is a dwarven figure with a long, crazy beard that hangs well beyond this figure's knees, of this almost platinum blonde. They also have these kind of long swept braided series that run back along their head and kind of cut off just at the shoulder. That is that same platinum gold color, and there is no mustache. It's trimmed here and then beard past the knees. The figure's just kind of wearing common clothes, it appears, kind of regular cotton or whatever fabrics, and he kind of looks up at you and goes, "Aye, what it be?"
Hi, sorry, I just want to make sure I had the right place. Are you Thali Mary?
Who's asking?
Zolkrian?
That... Do I know you?
Probably not.
Right. Maybe I'm Thalie.
Sure. Okay. The reason I ask, I went to the Church of Bahamut in town.
Hey, Laura.
Paylor, that's what I meant to say. I'm very tired. It's been a day.
It's very different.
Paylor, my bad. And I was asking about Archons, and I was directed to you for knowing more about Archons.
Ye be asking about Archons and don't know the difference between Paylor and Bahamut.
It's been a long day. I'm sorry.
Let me get a look at ye. All right, come here. And he kind of like...
Do I lean down? I don't want to be rude.
No, that seems rude.
Yeah, I feel like that's very
Don't do that.
rude.
All right. You can come in. Ma'am,
Sure.
I've got guests. All right, laddie. Head into the back, please. And you see as this like dwarven woman in slippers who looks ancient kind of gets up from a chair near the back and kind of shuffles towards the back of the room. All right, come in.
Right. Okay.
And you are led into what appears to be like a sitting room with an off kitchen. There are sort of these two big old chairs that are carved from wood with nice ornate padding and little footrests at the end of them that are facing a big fire. There's a fairly well-equipped kitchen. It's all quite tight. And then in one corner, there's just piles of paper and small books and scrolls strewn all over the place across little tables and coffee tables. And in the far back, there's a mannequin that has a harness attached to it and a pair of wings that appear to have been paper mache or something together, sprouting from the back of it. He goes,
Solid.
all right, I don't have, we could bring some seats from the, hold on. And he begins getting a chair and, like, dragging it over.
I'll stand.
Please,
fine.
no, set. You want to hear Archon Celestials, eh?
That's right.
Right,
Yes.
yeah, no, this is
There's
good.
a specific one, if you know anything. about-
Specifics. All right. So you said your name's Zahl?
Yes.
Okay, why you be asked? Most people ain't be particularly interested in my work.
I have reason to believe that my mother, well, my adoptive mother, is a Archon.
All right, interesting.
Should I show you proof? I don't know if you...
No, I'll take it at face value. Come and see it. And the rest of you said, Ma'am, aye, could we get some tea? She goes, all right, Thalie, 1 moment. And he kind of like brings you over and sits you down and says, all right, so you said Celestials. I love it all. Archons in particular, eh? Hey, that's pretty interesting. Nobody wants to hear. You know, I've got lots of theories and thoughts. I've been doing research. But folks get a little you, like that. They do that. That one.
No, sorry, I'm tired.
Roll a deception check for me.
Why is it true?
You don't sleep.
I know that's. I'm lying. 13.
His eyes kind of now. He goes,
Oh no.
all right, set. So, a specific archon that is your mother, then, eh?
Yes. Yes. It'd be Archon Pistis Sophia.
Sean.
Did you say it be Pistis Sophia?
It'd be
would
Pistis Sophia.
It be Pistis
Yay!
Sophia.
Okay.
I said it would be Archon.
The wood did
Pistis
cut
Sophia.
out.
Did it really? Okay,
Yeah.
I did say would.
Yeah.
It be Pistis.
Pistis Sophia.
I thought it was
Pistis
hilarious
Sophia.
that you
All right,
pretty
hold on.
language.
No. No, that rings a bell. That rings a bell.
Mhm.
Selenia, that one is. Oh, that's a tome archon.
A what archon?
None of this
Tome.
would.
Ah, books.
Yes,
I
need
tome
to see it
archon.
again. I'm awake.
Oh, good. I'm glad you could join us. And this little old lady shuffles out with slippers and like 8 cups of tea. Just added a few extras just in case. Go, here you go. Oh, Mom, you're a delight. Thank you. And he gives her a little peck on the cheek. And says,
Oh.
"Aye, bless you, Mom." She says, all right, Thalia. I'm going to be in the kitchen. I'll make some scones. And she kind of heads back into the kitchen.
you.
All right.
She's
God
precious.
bless that woman.
Yes.
Get your tea.
All right. So is the
Is this
the name
It's not great,
Pistis?
Salvatore.
Is that
I'm not gonna drink it.
is that a title? Is that a like a level or?
No, it'd be a person. Well, I mean, as far as a person, it'd be an archon. An individual. That's the word. Ah!
All right.
So Pistis is a
That's her
name
first
for an
name.
individual?
Well, you don't know much, do you, lad? For somebody who's got a mom who's an archon.
Unfortunately, she is kind of the type to shroud in secrets.
Oh, yes, yeah. Well, I had to dig myself a lot, and nobody seems to give a shit. But here we are. All right. So, tell me what you know about Celestia.
Realm beyond this, where good people go, most likely, Sophia is a judger of people. from
Aye,
what I
that's
understood
accurate.
from my reader.
They all are. Tome archons are distributors of law across the 7 levels of Celestia. Pistis happens to run Selenia, which is like the 4th. Hold on, let me check. And he gets up and waddles over to one of the books, looks at it, puts it down, goes over to another one, picks it up, brings it back, sits down, opens it, begins flipping. Aye, Selenia, 4th level.
Right. And I know that she is not in Selenia anymore. Currently, she's
You don't
on our
say.
plane, trapped somewhere in the Emilio jungle.
How the feck she get there?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Right. Interesting. Very interesting. And he's kind of like not 100% of you're being honest with him at all. But he's just taking it at face value. He's curious about what you know and if he can learn from it.
Do I catch that sense of him not being 100%?
He's not trying to obscure it in any way.
Okay, I pull my shoulder to show the scales up my shoulder.
Oh, what's that?
I'm a Yuan-Ti. I don't know if you've heard of Yuan-Ti before.
Yuan-Ti. Ain't you supposed to be like... Rah!
Apparently there's a force named Seth. Long story that makes Yuan-Ti like that. I'm not like that.
Oh, good to hear.
Yeah. But no, I was hoping. I didn't know if you knew anything. Have you ever heard of a term of an Ostis anchor?
Ostis anchor. I can't say that I have.
Or just Ostis.
Or Ostis, yeah.
I mean, Ostis sounds celestial to me. I only know a little bit, but the key here is the word anchor, I think.
Mm-hmm. What? How how is that the keyword? If you
All
don't
right,
mind me asking.
you're saying that this mother of yours is trapped on this planet, theoretically,
Yes.
right? It would take a hell of a lot of power to trap her on a prime material plane. Archons aren't supposed to be here, and they can sure as shit get out of here pretty quickly.
Okay.
So there's something keeping her here.
And you think it's probably this anchor?
I mean, maybe.
Like, well, I think the best example I can give is almost like an anchor of a ship, but holding
Weighing her
almost like
down.
a dimensional anchor. In a
Hey,
sense.
hey, yeah. Has she told you to, like, do something with that?
She told me to fix it, and then she said it was the key, but also the lock, in a sense.
The lock and the key. Interesting. So she's asked you to put it back together. That
Yeah.
means it's broken then.
Yes, currently.
Right. I mean, I can't pretend to know what the Celestials are doing, but
Absolutely.
she, part of the lore, is pretty important. So
Really?
I don't see her dabbling on this plane for any small reason.
Okay.
What sort of law would she practice on the fourth
I
Celestia?
mean, essentially, they keep things in order on all the planes. Selenia isn't specifically about any particular thing. It actually happens to be the plane that Moradin makes his abode, along with some of the other Celestials. But there is supposedly a large population of Celestial dwarfs and whatnot up there. Again, I ain't never seen it myself.
Do you have any other information on a tome archon, correct?
There's a lot of tome archons. They are the top of the entire order of archons. They are the hedge honchos, as far as I know. I think Hebdonai, is that right? And he kind of begins to flip through the book a little bit and says, yeah, I think that, sorry, I'm looking at my notes here.
You're good.
To get you the right name. Hebdomad be the number one Archon. I think he's up on the 7th floor. And they essentially keep order on behalf of the Radiant Gods and all that up on Celestia, because they're busy doing whatever the fuck they do. They're like administrators.
So people don't pray to them?
No, not to Archons, no. I mean, people on Celestia might, I don't know.
Cool. Interesting.
But they aren't individuals we worship on this plane, not in the least.
Has anyone on this plane ever talked to one?
Archons? Aye, that's where most of my information comes from. Records of individuals who have interacted with Archons.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, and he gets up and walks over and begins shuffling through the books and pulls out another one. He brings over this text and puts it on his lap and begins flipping through. This here. This is an accountant of a figure who claims to have met an Archon. Now, this was just a warden. They tend to be like kind of keepers of spaces, fighters, and so on and so forth, theoretically. But the warden said that they were on the prime material as penance. When they screw up, they're given a task to complete before they can return to Celestia.
Right. So, how often does that happen? Is that like a...
I have this one record in my... It's not comprehensive, but I've got about 4,000 years worth of pictures painted across my books.
Wow. There's one other thing Sophia has mentioned to me.
Right.
She kept saying there was something she had done that she didn't want me to know. Is there any record that maybe the reason she's on this plane is for a penance, possibly?
I mean, it's a fair enough reason. I don't know. But I don't have no record of what's actually going on up there. You know what I mean? I have pieces of what their supposed structure is or why they might be down here. I have second-hand tellings of people interacting with these radiant beings with wings. I don't even know if half of them are valid, right? Like, it could be a crazy person. They've never spoken to me. But I choose to believe. Not like there's tossers over at Palor's Temple and all that shit, though. This is pure academic research.
It makes sense.
May I ask whence your interest?
No.
All right.
And he, like, gets up and closes the curtain around the wings and then sits back down.
It's nothing to... I think it's very impressive, all of this research.
Are you magically inclined at all?
No.
Ah.
So, I have one last thing that I thought of.
Aye.
So the tome archons are the law in a sense.
Among other things, yeah.
Are they? Well, Sophia specifically is who I'm asking about.
Think of it as like a judge ruled
That makes sense.
a region, right? Like a judge and
Like a
king in one.
critarchy.
Yeah, aye. That's a big word. Sunshine's got that brain.
Is there any references to possibly Sophia being a good fighter at all?
A
Maybe
fighter?
using a spear of some sort?
I mean, Archons, as far as I can tell, can be many things. And the Tome Archons are beings of incredible power. Not quite gods, aye, but far beyond our comprehension, right? All I know is that Sophia's supposed to represent peace and serenity, per the books.
Oh, sure.
Have Archons ever... I guess this is a... Are there stories of, like, fallen angels? Is that something that would exist in the cultural zeitgeist? I don't want to assume that that's something that Sunshine would have necessarily heard of before asking.
The way the zeitgeist in D&D is so completely, profoundly saturated with so many lores and tales that if you're traveling in circles that worship Celestial, you would hear of fallen angels in relation to the Nine Hells, right? You would hear of that sort of context. And so if you've engaged with that sort of thing in the past, you might be familiar with that. The concept of a winged radiant figure that are generally termed as angels is certainly a common concept. Most people choose to do with what they will. It's irrelevant to the day-to-day, and with magical forces existing around you on the regular, it's like, okay, cool, sure. I've also never seen a dragon, but those clearly exist. You know what I mean? Look at the Dragonborn. Like, so it's
And the
a
dragon we've seen.
There's two in this room.
it's a uniquely more easy to assume that yes, absolutely, this makes sense
Okay.
in the weirdest way, which I think sometimes we forget in D&D.
Right.
It's like, yeah, I just saw a dude with scales and horns, so probably.
Right. I just didn't want to presume before Sunshine asked.
Thank you for checking. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you.
So you've said that there was a warden who had to do penance on the material plane.
Hey.
What did that task look like? Do you know what sort of requirements were there?
I can't say that I did. In fact, the writer of the text, and he kind of turns the books to you, seems to be kind of implies that the figure was cagey, like that was information they weren't willing to share. I would assume that sort of thing you'd want to keep close. Master Zahl, you look perturbed.
No, thinking in my own head.
Oh, I'm glad you're doing it in your own.
Thank you. I think. Oh, go for it.
No.
I think. Oh, okay. Zahl, I think, is like looking over at like the little thing where he pulled the curtain to hide the wings. You said that you aren't magically inclined, correct?
Hey.
Would you like to fly for a moment?
I'm going out! And he like starts like getting up, pushing himself. All right, yeah, yeah. No, that sounds very interesting to me. Yes, I'd love to.
Great. And I think leads back outside. And Zahl
Kind of looking
like,
a little confused. He's like, all right, how are we doing this?
just trust me. Zahl's gonna look at the group and be like, just.
Fine,
I'm gonna tap him on the shoulder, and usually Zahl's radiant wings, he's gonna give him a set of radiant wings so that he can experience what it's like for a moment.
He goes, ha! Oh! Oh! And he like does the like turn and shuffles, and then there's a little bit of like a flap, and he goes, This isn't an illusion, is it?
No, and I lift off. We have about 10 minutes to fly around a little.
I'll tell you.
He has guidance on him really.
He's never done this before, and he has no magic, so he's gonna. Okay, guidance is a D4.
Important.
Oh God!
5 gold, he
I also
dies.
take out my wing.
I give him bardic inspiration.
Okay, he's gonna need. That's a D10, right?
Salvatore and
it's a
Talbot take
D10.
bets
Mine's
against each other.
mine's a D10. And as I start to see him falter, worry, and I give him bardic inspiration, Demi will cast fly on herself in case something horrible happens.
I take out the broom and are on the other side of him from Demi, just like, all right.
He kind of opens these wings in this very dramatic flare, and in like this big sweep upwards. Zahl, as you're kind of like floating off to the side, and the rest of you begin to prepare yourself, and he goes straight into a canopy and kind of tumbles back down. And with a little bardic inspiration and support from you guys now, he actually like steps to the side. He looks a little, goes, oh, ceiling, and then kind of flaps and pushes himself into the air. And you kind of wobbles and is a little careful as you guys kind of sing to him and aid him up into the air, but he begins to get the hang of it pretty quickly after that. Hey, look at this!
Going with him, yeah.
Look, I told you, Jerry, you fuck! And there's a neighbor sitting over there watering a plant, just going.
Yeah, fuck you, Jerry.
We hate you, Jerry.
Demi shaped water and freezes the water that's coming out of the thing.
He's too busy watching
I
it.
burn his house down. Fuck Jerry.
Right, just the entire flower snaps, the plant dies. It's beautiful.
Oh.
He goes. It goes inside. He goes, ah! Thaly's up there, and you see Salvator as his mom steps out and goes, oh, look at that! Oh, you're doing it, Thaly, my boy, you're flying! He goes, look at me, mom! And he's like doing
I want to
flips.
see this.
But a bit of
There's no hope for this.
We bet against him living.
You did, yeah. Who won?
Did he live?
He's alive.
Okay, Salvatore passes Talvasaur 5 gold.
Yeah. Okay. Talvasaur now has
the
5
optimist.
gold. Yeah.
Damn it.
It's a younger Salvatore, right? He's not seen the things that.
He's not aged like I am, even
he's
though
not
they're the same
seen
person.
them. He's not as jaded.
Even though he's the same person, he's only a day old.
Child.
With your youth optimism.
We'll get rid of that hope one day.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, when he dies.
Oh my god. It's like having a dog when you're a kid.
Stop!
Ragamuffin bites Talvasaur. He gets you have to put him down. It's very
Returns to snow.
No.
Don't worry, Pa. I'll do it.
You load the thunder gun?
And they made us read all of those books in the same grade. Anyway.
But yeah, I would.
This is
I
so
would
dark.
fly
I'm
with-
sorry.
When the red
audience.
fern grows.
I would fly
To
with
the red
him and just kind of guide him on how to steady yourself and just kind of be going around, and then whenever it's coming to an end, guide him back to land.
Okay, he's very
Demi,
appreciative.
absolutely every minute. It's just like this much left, this much time left, this much time left.
Are you doing into the sending zone?
Yeah, she's like flying a little bit back, just like, hey, this much time left. Fucking walkie-talkie, like air traffic control.
There's an incoming flying carpet.
Got a 5-minute warning on you.
Following behind on the broom, Sunshine will ritually cast, just as they're flying, so it won't appear until the end. Thalie was here in the sky. With Skyrite.
That's perfect. And by now there is like a little audience that's come out and is like watching, and you get the feeling that this family has been here a very long time, and Thalie is considered pretty weird. And there are kind of people who like, huh, all right, weird, huh. As you put on this weird display, flying items aren't the like craziest thing these people have ever seen in this city, obviously, but golden radiant wings paired with this particular individual has meaning to them, given the context of Thalie's weird celestial radiant ranting. So.
Sounds like a podcast.
It does. I would listen.
It fully sounds like a
Can that be
podcast.
Ascending cast?
Ascending cast, yes, new one. Sending Radio FM.
Hey guys, it's 2
Sendify.
a.m. and I have a new theory. Archons aren't real.
Zol, please unsubscribe from this. We all get it.
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad.
It's just Thalie screaming into your
We will
speaker.
take you off the family plan.
Oh, I like to
I will throw your stone into the ocean.
You'll still get the podcast.
Kern the Lobster is listening
Shit,
in
you're
on
right.
it.
Aw, Shern.
Moggygox is a huge fan.
Yeah, he really likes that shit.
We'll
Calls
still
in,
go
it's
with
just
this,
Abyss. Whatever.
Little tiny stone inside his ear, it's like, yeah.
Ah.
Celestials are real, I know it.
That guy gets it. Next caller, please. No, but I think Zahl at a certain point, like knowing that he only has a minute left, like leads him back down. She goes, I just thank you.
Oh, I really appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. And it's a lot. You really?
Yeah.
You really are.
Yep.
Huh. Oh.
I'll try to visit at some point.
Hey, please, if you ever want tea or sandwiches, Ma makes really good ones. You can
Yeah.
come by anytime.
I promise you I will come back.
All right, Sal. It was an honor to meet you.
Honor to me too. And he shakes his hand.
Big, firm handshake.
Oh yeah. Right. So where to next?
Great question.
You guys kind of had a view here as Thalie closed the door. Ma, did you see that? I was fucking flying!
Oh,
Kind of
so that
fainted.
was so kind.
I saw the wings and I know how that feels. And I think Zahl's eyes aren't focused on the group. His eyes are looking at the people. And he's like, I know what it's like to be the weird one in the group. I was for a long time.
Yes, with this group, we're all just weird, so no one thinks anything of it.
What?
Yeah.
Great equalizer.
There's
Salvator,
two-
just accept it.
There's literally two of you, bud.
I think they're talking about you.
I'm talking.
Definitely not.
Like a Talvasaur.
Absolutely not.
Man, he is made of snow. It's pretty strange.
You aren't alive.
I'm melting.
Oh no.
Classic joke.
Thank you.
Where are we going?
It's a wonderful question. What else do we have to do in the city?
I'm
I
good.
have a show to go to.
That is the show.
Oh, when does that start?
It is in 3 days.
Oh,
Go on,
well.
I did
true. We could be halfway across
the world. and
the
back.
world in 3 days and back.
You'd also just spin the dial and end up somewhere.
Stop
did-
it.
That sounds fun.
Stop it.
I did think of something.
No.
6 years later.
Demi,
I
you
don't know how that works.
To chart seas, correct? I don't know.
Somewhat. Not as good as Oceanus, but sort of.
Okay.
Or a cartographer.
Oh my god, yeah, we just...
He's on this ending.
What
Just let me say my name.
Did we?
Never
It's
left.
not always on.
I know.
Just,
Oceanus, over.
you could ask him. He should have this. He didn't actually
All right, there are more
say that he
raids.
had any... He didn't
No,
say he got
I,
it, but you could ask him.
And I take out the compass again.
Hmm?
What if we... I don't know if this is a good idea, but we take a map,
Yes.
we line it up with whatever direction we're actually pointed in,
Okay.
then we use the compass as like a line across the map to
Right.
see potential point.
Okay. I always know where north is.
This
So this is pointing in what direction?
this
back
is
to the Amedio
pointing
jungle?
southwesterly towards where you would be pretty
Where we
certain
were?
is the Amedio jungle, yeah.
So it's pointing where you think it should be. Because this is north, Saul. This is north.
But Zahl does have a good
And-
point, and you would know. The Amedio
Yeah.
jungle is a massive land.
A massive thing, yeah.
So you have a
So-
general direction, but
The
what
idea that
is.
the idea
Taking
that I
the
thought of,
map that we have and,
and then
just
figuring out where the line is,
hmm
and this is a big ask, but teleporting to another location
Okay.
and figuring out where the line is to find where they cross.
Zahl is orienteering, and I fucking love it so much! I'm so excited!
Okay.
This is so good! I'm sorry.
I feel like someone's very excited for you. So
I feel this
That's
weird
a
energy.
stupid idea. Why would we
Why-
do that? We could
why
just
is
get
not
there
Salvator.
immediately.
it's not
Get
Salvatore.
where
He's not
immediately?
him. So you're thinking we try and figure out where exactly to orient, and then you would want us to teleport closer to where you the midpoint of where
He
you
wants us to
believe.
make an X on the map.
Yes, and then we would attempt to.
Adam, Zahl gets inspiration for that.
For
So
inventing orienteering.
For doing it.
for doing it,
Thank you. I'll remember that. It makes sense. I was thinking about it today while we were shopping. It's kind of why I haven't been too lively. I feel like if we're looking for a specific point on a line, it's kind of hard to, figure out where that is without a second area
Yes.
to kind of cross. So I figured maybe
okay.
we figure out where it is on the map,
hmm
and then teleport near there and head that direction, possibly.
Okay. So where we are, where do you want the next little part of the map to be? Where should we make our X? Because there are safer ways to do it. Because Salvatore has circles that he could,
True.
Can
and then we
hop
could
into
try
Salvator?
the X.
Just spin that die.
I mean, we could just go home for the night. We haven't been back in a while, and it would give us a second set pretty far away from here.
True. Salvatore, do you think that you could? Do you have that today?
I believe so. I think I always have it prepared.
I just want to make sure. You want to go and find the
Yes.
Ostas Anchor and handle everything with your mother in 3 days.
No, I think he wants to orienteer in 3 days.
He wants to find
Mhm.
the point we're heading to in 4 days.
And here's what I will say. If we want to jump through 3 days, if that's what you guys decide to do,
Mm-hmm.
we can kind of do this more mechanically rather than roleplay the whole thing if you want to. I'm not
Cool.
directing here, but if you want to do that, we can also fast forward some of this to be like, over the next 3 days, we do this.
Blamborino.
If you so
I'm fine
see
with that.
fit. Otherwise,
Yeah, because we could
I
do.
don't- I'm not the boss.
So
We
just
could find
teleport.
points and orient and
Yep.
based off of the places we have. Just based off the teleportation circles we have.
Is that what we're thinking? And then you guys end up back
Sure.
in Greyhawk. Ultimately, by
Tomorrow.
yeah, you could do it. By, if you,
Yeah.
you could do it by tomorrow if you want to,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah,
Oh, I was gonna stay by the performance.
yeah.
I
We'll
didn't know
just
if we
make sure
wanted
that
to.
we're back for whatever Sunshine wants to do.
So
'cause
here's
how
what
long that'll take.
Here's what I'm going to say. You have 3 days. You can do this orienteering thing with the intent of, by the third day, being back here in Greyhawk. What are the things you'd like to do? Because orienteering, based on what you're attempting to do, I'm going to have you guys do a cartography check at kind of the end of drawing these lines on to see how successful you bring it down. Demi is skilled in cartography, so you'll be able to use your...
Proficiency?
Proficiency, thank you. Why did I forget that word? Why have I been doing this for 67 episodes and I forget the word proficiency?
It's okay. I very rarely remember.
Yeah, you can use your proficiency in that if you so see
Dope.
fit. If there's business you'd like to complete in points you're going to, please let me know the points that you're going to. And if there are things you'd like to do in Greyhawk, please let me know. But I think we're going to do a bit of a time travel here because we've been shopping and shit like that in Greyhawk for a while now. So we can do things a little more quickly. If there are roleplay things, you just tell me and we'll stop for the roleplay. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what day does the group intend to leave for orienteering? Is it this day?
Sure.
Yeah.
We'll leave as soon
Unless
as
there's
we...
a better day you have in mind.
Yeah.
There's just something Sunshine would want to do in Greyhawk, but it would depend on when we're doing orienteering.
What time are we having this conversation, Josh? When we stop whatever we were just
after
doing?
everything with Thalie and the flying and all that jazz, it's about 4 in the afternoon on the 20th of Ready Reet.
Okay, so still have a few days.
The thing that
Or a few
Sunshine's
hours.
looking to is on the 23rd of Ready Reet at 7 p.m. So you have 3 whole days and a few hours to get through whatever you want to do.
So is the thing Sunshine wants to do, can you do it starting at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on a...
They do not have the spells to. They do not have the spells to, so it would have to be the 21st or wait until the 23rd.
Okay, how about
They can do either.
we do your thing in the morning,
And then we can go.
leave, and then we come back the following morning, and then the following day is the play.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay?
Seems
Thank
smart
you
to
very
me,
much.
guys.
Right.
Time management.
Doing it.
And anything else anyone wants to do. I'm just trying to get...
Yeah, for sure.
I came up with the orientation thing. That was the
That's your
orientation
thing.
That's
Your
my
orientation.
thing.
Orientation.
We're going to orientation, guys.
My
Come
first
on,
day of the
do it
job.
again. If I play 2 truths and a lie one more time.
Whoa,
So
that hit a place with me.
I tell you what we'll do now is, where would you like to stay this evening if you're staying in Greyhawk?
Just want to stay at the tree.
Yeah, we can go to the tree.
We go to the tree.
So you guys head over to where you had rolled the 4 on, which is the Windward Lodge.
46.
46. As you kind of teleport using the public transportation up to the shield kind of in the northwest corner there, you are greeted by, as you step out to your right, there is this massive old stone keep that sits up on a sort of ledge on the edge of this kind of bowl that the whole thing sits in. It seems quite old, but well kept and well cared for. The gates are wide open, and you kind of see a few people coming in and out of it. Salvator, you would know that this is old Greyhawk Keep, which is a museum to the city of Greyhawk. The Circle found its presence unnecessary and converted into a basically history of the city. To the north, you see this expanse of sort of where the slope of the Bowl of Greyhawk is mostly this like running slope down with very few cliffs minus the white cliffs. Here you do see there are more jagged edges along the hill and these pools forming that kind of run down these waterfalls that eventually run into the lake itself. And situated on the islands created by these pools are a series of just dense forest. Some of these trees much larger than other ones. Some of these trees enormous in scale, bigger than any you've seen in the Dreadwood or the Silverwood. These trees reach into the sky hundreds upon hundreds of feet, with trunks that are 60, 70, 80 feet in diameter in some spots. The larger ones being rarer, and most of it, again, is regular-sized foliage, but there are a few dotting. And wherever those trees stand, you see structures built straight into them.
Like a redwood.
Yeah, they're like
Yeah.
redwoods with homes built into them.
That's awesome.
It's amazing.
And they kind of...
The Ewok village.
It is the Ewok village.
Beautiful
Yes!
place.
It's darling.
as you make your way through, there are also homes on the floor here. It's, again, quite crowded. A lot of people have built houses here. And you see the structures are more made from wood as you cut through the Four Pools district up towards one of these massive trees. And as you begin to kind of approach through this area where there's a small market and a bridge across the pools, up to your left, you do see the Windward Lodge. And what the Windward Lodge is it is one of these massive redwoods, but some massive explosion. It looks like this tree has been split by lightning at the top, creating almost this opening, and then continue to grow. So the tree is still alive, but there is a dead portion near the top, and some enterprising individual has slammed a massive windmill right in the center of this stump that reaches up into the sky. And you see there is a fan for that windmill currently unmoving. It's sitting in one place. And it doesn't look... It's very large for a windmill. And it doesn't look like it's doing any milling. There's no structures or anything around it. There is this beautiful wooden carved entryway that it kind of is built into the split limb of this tree that leads up to the entryway to the windmill, which sits raised above this district. And this beautiful, in big letters, these silvered letters across the top, it does say the Windward Lodge. Just kind of, again, embedded along the top of it. You make your way up into it, I assume?
Absolutely.
And,
This is charming.
and enter the structure, which kind of, as you're entering initially, it's this well-kept kind of hall that leads inwards. And then when you get into the center of this building, it is open all the way up. Again, similar to Otto's, there are floors running the extent of this building. And this main floor on the first floor in the center, there are tables and clearly a kitchen and an eating area. But then there are stairs running up to each staggered floor and what look to be rooms built into the inside walls of this structure. And you see fair hustle and bustle of various figures moving in and out. And you also see the proprietor of this in... one moment, please. That's their name. No, it's not. Sorry, guys. I just want to get this right.
You're good.
This is the stuff of my childhood dreams. I love it so much.
Oh, I'm glad. Well, you're going to like it more. You do see currently
guns?
at the front...
Dinosaurs.
Giant tree robot
sorry to
and we fight
disappoint you, Sean.
Godzilla?
But for you, Button,
Love guns.
you do see
Love guns.
a figure with very elven features. These long, sweeping ears that kind of sweep outwards nearly a foot in length, and they have these clear, pupilless silver eyes that kind of take you all in with a big smile splitting their face. You would see... oh my god, where did my description go? Hold on. You would see this very straight, golden blonde, almost the color of wheat, caught during the harvest in the sun, straight blonde hair that runs down past her hips as she stands there, kind of taking you all in. And she's, welcome, welcome to the Windward Lodge. My name is Annaleth Eleneth, and how can I help you this fine evening? And there's sort of a sing-songiness and liltingness to the way she speaks as this figure takes the four of you in.
Hello, Annaleth. We would love rooms for tonight.
Rooms for the night? Of course, absolutely. One room or independent rooms?
Based on the face Salvator just made.
Of course, hi Raiders. Of course, that's wonderful. We do have two options for you. You can get sail side. The views aren't quite as good from sail side, but they're a little cheaper. Or you can get the view side, which has a better view, but it is a little more expensive. Preference?
The view, I believe.
All right, so I've got one sail side, two view side.
View side, please.
View side. All right. So view
I'll
side
take the sail.
will be 5 gold pieces each, and sail side will be 4 gold pieces.
It's a steal.
All right. Now, wonderful. So please allow me to provide you with your keys. And they kind of go over to this wall where there are just a bunch of ones that are like set into this board, and they just pull ones for the various rooms. So I can put the three of you one floor above each of each other, and then Yusa, I could put you on the second floor right there with one of your peers. So they kind of hand you the keys, and you can find your way right up. So there you go.
Thank you very much. Your place is absolutely stunning.
Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate it. I've been here for quite some time now, and I really, really do enjoy it. So.
Are there rings in the Are there visible rings in the interior of this tree? Can we see how old it is?
So there is actually a structure beneath you. You don't see the actual split, but as you're looking at that, what you see is near the center of the restaurant, there is one long pole that runs up the center of this, and sitting in the middle of the air, suspended by this sort of wooden lattice rigging system, there is a gear mechanism that runs out to the sail, where you see that when this room turns, the restaurant floor remains static and the rest of the building rotates around it to change the visage of the restaurant. It's not for milling purposes in any way, shape, or form. She's literally able to turn this building to get the best vantage depending on the time of year.
That's cool.
This is amazing.
Who wants to be on the same floor as Salvator?
Sure.
Luxury, I'm sure.
I call top
I would
floor.
love the honor.
I'm fine wherever, so that works.
All
All right.
Smells like trees in here.
It does smell
smell
like
like
trees.
trees.
Sorry.
That's great.
I feel like I'm camping.
Salvatore, there's a room.
It's the smell. What it is.
You have a room you can go into too.
You're, of
close my
course,
eyes.
Master Salvatore, was it? Welcome to sleep outside.
Hell yeah. Zahl is literally like, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Your eyes narrow and
Back
hers
my
narrow
full
right
gold.
back. All right, please have at it. Wonderful.
I take it and I leave.
Have a wonderful evening outside, sir.
Enjoy your stay in a tree.
I'm fine with it.
I almost said he's normally not like this, but I don't
feel
think
like
I do.
yes. Let's just do what we normally do. We're sorry about him.
It's fine.
And you know,
How big is the view to the outside of this building?
What do you mean?
Just like the way we came in, how big is that entry?
Oh, that entryway? It's like a double door, so 10 feet across, about 10 feet tall.
Okay. Please continue.
oh my god.
Okay.
I enjoy my view and I think I go to bed.
Okay, so you head up into the tree itself. And those of you, they're nice, cozy rooms that are kind of longer rather than rectangular, kind of built into the side of this. And each of them have balconies that look out. Currently, the Windward Lodge is pointed towards the Citadel. So you have this view as the sun is setting. You have this beautiful visage that kind of casts the Citadel in the center of the lake, with the far districts, the Beggars District and the Scholars District, ringing the far side of the bowl, and then the shields, and then this visage of snow-covered, like, rolling hills that leads up towards the mountain off to the northward side to the left of the direction that you're currently facing. It's this very long, sweeping view.
That's beautiful. That's like, I'm sorry,
pretty.
the artist.
Sunshine definitely goes out to their balcony. Yes, it is. Sunshine's gonna go to their balcony and then fly to each of the others' floors and just like, are you looking at this? And just go back and forth. Are you seeing this?
Standing on
It's
her
very
balcony with the ascending stone and was like, yes.
I think 100% Zahl like leans over the balcony and is just like, why are we flying? We could just talk to, like, we're not
It's
that.
very nice.
They can fly whenever they want now, so
That is true.
you know, let them have it.
Where did Salvatore go?
Probably to his little
To
room
blow
that none
this
of us
in up.
can go.
Salvatore, where are you? Over.
Starting a little fire at the base of the
For magic, you're just
It
like
burns the whole fucking thing to the ground.
He comes out and just sees Salvatore with like a little spark and is like, I'm not doing anything.
Now, directly on the porch of whatever structure this is in the tree, there's two little doors sitting to either side of the main doorway.
Okay, I love it. Each one has their own.
Yeah.
That's so good. A few people like get confused and like are like, But eventually they just kind of make their way into the inn proper, knowing that they can't cross the threshold of your magically enchanted.
I'm magic.
Oh,
Sunshine will take out their stone. So tomorrow I'm going to do something that hopefully won't take very long, but I think it's only responsible to tell you ahead of time. There is a familiar person who is performing in 3 days' time at the Blue Visage, and I just want to see that she's safe before we go orienteering. If that's all right.
I like to think that Zahl and I are hearing this via Sending Stone and also outside.
On the balcony.
There's a weird
hearing it all?
echo.
Yeah.
That's a good
You're-
question.
yeah, you're right.
I'm on a different plane of existence.
Oh, that's true. Hold on, let me double check this.
Yikes.
Also
Oops.
love the idea of across the world. It's still very early afternoon.
Oh,
For-
Shauna's just like,
Oh,
what?
Shauna's What? What do you mean tomorrow? It's like noon. Like-
Fortunately for you, per latitude, it's actually
We're
the
still in the
same
same-
time
Yeah.
zone.
But it just in my mind, I just imagine it being like noon for him. He's like, "What are you talking about?" Like,
Are you somewhere on the ship hearing this conversation happen in a cupboard nearby? It's like, the fuck is that? Did I leave the radio?
a friend in Greyhawk. I need to make sure they're okay.
Now, I believe, and I'm double checking it here, sending stones do not have a clarification about planes.
There's a 5% chance when you cast sending.
Sending, it
Sending
does have...
is different, but sending
it does
stones
have-
do not have anything regarding.
Oh, they don't say you cast sending?
I'm
It
double
says use
gave
an
us-
action to cast the
You
sending
gave us
spell.
multi-plane cell phones?
Oh, is it an action to cast the sending spell? Is that what it says on them?
Technically,
It says in the phrasing, yes.
Okay, if that's the phrasing, then yes, there is a 5% chance of failure on that. So let me roll a percentile dice to see if Salvator hears you.
Yay!
Thank you for checking, guys. I appreciate you both.
I just wanted to make this clarification now before it actually matters.
You
Before we're-
do hear this. It's an 86 I rolled, so.
I was
Who
close.
is this?
Salvatore, this is Sunshine.
Oh, I'm
Over.
sorry. Hello.
Oh, am I
There's
talking
only-
into your fancy little room?
Yes. This is me. Hello? You can
Are
hear
you
me,
comfortable with me talking to you still? I know that this is your privacy room, and I just...
right? Of course, I'll put it on speaker. Boop, and I put it on my desk and listen.
Our Sending Stone
You're right.
speaker.
I'm also here. Hello. Thank you.
Get the shit out of me.
Hello there!
Oh, sorry, Zahl. My
You're good.
apologies.
Nope, you're good. It just I wasn't prepared. I thought. Never mind. Glad that you got the package.
Yes. Crazy golden elemental fell from the sky, dropped a box on me. I mean, not literally. I'm fine. Sorry.
Hello?
Don't be
Can I come on in? Hello?
Just fully just leaning over the railing with her head in her hands, like made a mistake. Just my fault.
I feel important. This is cool.
No
Oh,
one's talking. Hello,
Sorry.
Giannis.
Hello, Salvatore. Good to
You
see
don't
all
you.
have
right,
to yell.
perfect. Yes, no, Salvatore.
You don't have to yell. You can just talk into it.
I'm sorry, I'm a bit away. I'm on the desk at the moment, getting some things.
Haven't taken with
You hear like a blender. I'm making a mojito.
Listen, just talk normal. It's not like you have to. You've cast this spell.
Let me turn down the jukebox.
There isn't what box? What is this?
you. Oh God.
Hello?
Yes, Sunshine. That sounds fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Sunshine.
All right.
Yeah, we'll teleport to. Right. Yes. Oceanus would. We're teleporting a couple of places tomorrow. We're not going to be back for, I don't know, maybe like
Yeah,
4
we can
days.
Go see Oceanus.
I have to get us there. Not.
That is a fair point. What if the falling stars started sailing toward the Amadio jungle now?
Ooh.
We
not a
would be
fixed
leaving
location.
quite a few people on that.
That's right,
on
there are only
the
2 vessels
peninsula.
there.
Yes. We could, however, probably contact the king and get him to start sending somebody else, but it will be a month.
Well, he also is in war now, so.
Right.
Oh yeah.
But they don't need the
What?
ships.
Not
But
yet.
oh,
They're not
right.
in-
Sorry. No,
They're
wait.
not in war yet.
Oh, okay.
Not yet.
Yet?
War has been declared upon them, but
thought they
they
were.
are
War
not
is on its
ID.
way to
Is
their
it
doors.
ID that is in war right now?
ID is
ID is
important.
currently under
ID.
siege.
That is very good to know, actually. I'll let folks know that we need to be
Oh
cautious.
yes, do be careful. There's a war on.
You're right.
Kind of closer
Appreciate
to
it.
you than it is to
My
us.
fault.
No, you're fine. We're in the middle of nowhere.
So, Shianis, what you've been up to?
Well, just mostly, they've set us a second settlement up a little further along the eastern coast, so we've been shipping things back and forth.
Ah, very good. From my memory, are they still on the peninsula?
They're still on Tillenvalt, yeah.
They're on the way. Sorry. All right.
Right, okay. So tomorrow we'll do all that. These are very helpful. These are very useful. These are great.
Wow. Impressive.
Yes.
Do you see this slap? You hear nothing. There's just like, yes, I'm talking to her right now.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
I don't think he understands how the stones work because we can still fully hear.
Oh no. Oceanus,
I'm back.
we could hear that.
I have to go.
Okay, bye. No one say anything. Just
I get it. So many things.
here though. Just leave it be.
All right. Until tomorrow. Fly back into the room.
I love the idea that we're like all on our balconies and you're just floating like
Whee!
20 feet off, staring at us as you do a sending message to us, and
I
we're
can't
like,
see Salvator.
we can fully see you. Though. Like, but it's that weird disconnect of like we're looking at you and you're sending it to us, so we hear it in our
Demi
mind.
fully does that thing where you're at like a convention with your friends and you all have balcony rooms where she leans over it and does this to Zahl after he says he's gonna say something, just like.
I don't know. I don't know what that was.
She messages. Yes, you did. Shut the fuck up.
I'll actually think I'm in trouble.
The group chat's going on here. What's happening?
Tell them I say hi.
Everybody, Ashi says hello.
Thank you.
Just wanted to let you know.
Hello, Ashi.
What did they say?
Sausage.
No, I'm kidding.
Demi
We're
said
not
hello.
going to keep this going.
Demi said hello.
Tomorrow actually never comes.
Yeah, we just do this fucking bit for 8 hours.
Right.
Okay, so you get your long rest at the
Yes.
Windward Lodge.
Nice.
You get your
You did
breakfast. You get to do whatever you want to do. Where's the party?
Nice. Oh man, so many things.
Let's go shopping again.
Night, just because I don't want to use a sending today, that night she does send Oceanus his own sending message since they're going to bed and she has the spell slots and she's like, yeah, so this is how it works. And she takes like just a couple of like sendings to explain how the stone works so he doesn't get embarrassed at any point. And then also at the very tail end where she only has one left, she's just like, I hope you like the ring. It doesn't mean anything. Bye.
Oh my god!
He gets a response to that, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He does.
Holy cow.
Demi gets nothing.
Yes.
She knows what her...
He
Yeah.
doesn't. He's processing whatever that was.
She's an idiot. I love
best
her, but
response
she's
is, is served cold shoulder.
she thinks that that was totally fine and that he needed clarification and that it was worse the way it was.
That's-
It wasn't,
that's
but
rough.
she thinks it was.
Yeah. You've done the right thing, Demi, for sure.
She's an idiot.
Oh,
But
beautiful.
none of her friends heard it, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's perfect. So, anything else anybody would like to achieve in that window?
Just copying spells in my book,
Done, my friend. I know you've got the gold and the ink and the paper.
and I don't sleep. So
And
that's
you
what I do
don't
for the night.
sleep. That's true. Sunshine.
Yay!
I am going to the Blue Visage. If you get a panicked call, or if I'm there for a long time, something terrible has happened.
Oh, cool.
Do you want to go by yourself?
It is up to you. I don't want to make you come along. At some point, I'm going to be wild-shaped.
I'm. Have we ever seen Sunshine?
Yeah.
Dude?
We have.
Mhm. I turned into a badger that one time, and then I swallowed a phylactery.
That did happen.
You what?
I carried you around for 3 weeks until you came back.
I wasn't there for that.
But I was protecting you for that.
Yeah,
I
you
wasn't
weren't.
there for that.
You
I
know
was
I'm alive. Thank
alternate
you.
Zahl was there for that.
You're welcome.
Wait, you're going to what?
I am going to that theater, the Blue Visage.
No, I got that, but like the shape thing, what?
Oh,
You
I can
can
turn
do that?
into...
Two?
I think you have seen me turn into a raptor, Zahl.
Mm-hmm.
Have I?
Yes.
That was
um,
during the dinosaur fight or one of the
Yeah.
fights.
Probably. I don't know. Zahl's an idiot.
the Spinosaurus, sorry,
That needs
not
to be
the
on a
raptor.
fucking shirt.
Zahl's an idiot. I'd wear it. I'd fully wear it. Zahl's an idiot. Like,
Zahl's a good, smart boy.
Zahl's an idiot, and on the back it says JK, but he's an idiot.
Does his
Like,
best.
Does his best. There it is. No, alright. I'm okay to go. Me and Elshi are just kind of chatting.
Can I get a
All right.
clarification really quick? Is this happening in the morning, or are you doing this at night?
This is the next day.
Morning.
This is the next day.
Morning.
Thank you.
I had
you.
to prepare
Appreciate
new
it.
spells.
Got it. Wonderful, fantastic, excellent.
Thank you.
Yay.
I'm down to go with you. I'm literally just talking with Elshi.
All right, I wouldn't say no to the company. I'm nervous. And I will say, Sunshine's usually like they have a lot of equanimity, just regardless of what they're facing. It's kind of waned. They actually seem kind of like a nervous teenager. Kind of. All right, let's go.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure. Salvator, you coming?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
He's got ink all over him. Looks a little tired. Well, he doesn't look tired. He
Oh.
doesn't sleep. He's perfect.
I look like nothing.
Okay, so you take a shield, hopping back over to the Beggar's Quarter, and make your way over to the Blue Visage Theater. You find yourselves out in this massive open square with these beautiful buildings all around it, and the Blue Visage itself sitting there, taking up a prominent position.
Before they get to the Blue Visage, they will look around for. I know that there are ragamuffins, or any sort of animal. Like if they can find like a stray cat or a dog.
Sure, make a perception check for me. Absolutely.
Everything is magic here.
Questioning 20.
Questioning 20. Okay.
Somebody's familiar.
There are a fair. You see cats in familiar forms and feral forms. You don't see a lot of rats or pigeons. You think the ragamuffins might have driven them out. But you
makes
do
sense.
see the more domestic, though sometimes still street-bound creatures, dogs and cats in abundance. If you would like to, so choose one.
They will, for the first time, cast an action. They'll take out a little morsel of whatever breakfast was and cast Animal Messenger on the nearest cat, and say the following words. Hello, Albaid or Talina. It's Sunshine. Paprika. I escaped Jor. I saw your poster. Could I see you? And then they wild shape into a cat and follow the cat.
We're just not talking about that, I suppose. That seemed like we'll wait
Not
until
right now, I'm a cat.
Can we hear the message?
Yes. I think you can hear me speaking it.
You can choose whether you said it out loud or not. Too.
Message isn't for me.
I said it out loud.
I feel like that was code. A very cool code, but a code.
Really?
I
It sounded
feel like we
pretty
just
direct.
lack context.
That's what the code part was the content.
That's not really a code. That's just people talking and you don't have
Ah,
context.
yes, the life of spies being informed at all times.
You get it.
I like it.
You get it.
The size of the brains of the people in this group is immeasurable. That this conversation just happened. It's incredible. Okay, Sunshine. You cast Animal Messenger, and you kind of form in, and the street cat begins to lead you. And it takes a few steps toward the Blue Visage Theater, and then it shifts to the left. and it begins to move up across the square and over this bridge.
I'm not zoomed into the right place. I'm sorry.
Bing, bing,
And over
bing,
this-
bing.
okay. Gotcha.
So it becomes
They
a
follow.
14.
And Sunshine is this very pale pink cat. They're like, it's pretty obvious to tell it's Sunshine for the group's sake.
That's perfect. Okay.
But they follow.
You kind of follow this animal messenger, this kind of stray-looking tabby cat, as it just kind of... out in the open, it kind of stands out a little bit on the bridge, as do you, as you kind of begin to make your way across the bridge. Now, as you're following your animal messenger, it doesn't have a problem with you, obviously, but is there any way you'd like to proceed? Are you moving stealthily, or are you just moving as is, just kind of a cat? What's the...
I think they are trying... Well,
and
stealth
how's
is
the
half
group
speed?
following this follow? Stealth is... No, stealth isn't half speed.
Okay, I wasn't sure. They'll try and move stealthily, but they're more focused on staying with the cat.
Gotcha. Roll for stealth with advantage for me, because you're kind of doing this cat facade thing.
I'm a cat.
Meow, check, meow.
Not
thinking
great.
that.
9.
A 9. So, the rest of the group, you see this happen. Are you following?
Is anybody taking notice of this in a way that would concern Demi?
Not in a way that would concern you immediately. There's folks who are like, when they head out into the open on the bridge, somebody's like, all right. It just kind of keeps
okay.
going. It's Greyhawk. There's flying monkeys exploding magic randomly sometimes. You know what I mean?
She'll
They're like,
just,
okay.
when she catches
Gosh,
people's
you're
eyes, she'll just be like,
Gosh,
sorry,
you're
my
sweet.
familiar. And she'll just keep walking.
Nice! I
What are you
love
gonna
that.
do?
Crazy familiars.
Sorry.
Okay,
Womp
I will,
womp.
that is so good.
I love this.
So you're
Sorry, that's
familiar.
Bims isn't his Demi plate at the moment because she's like, one familiar at a time.
He hears it though and feels bad.
No.
No, he doesn't.
We keep him in the dark.
More emotionally.
We
he's
die
more
with the
emotional.
secret.
He was just in his little demi plane singing all by myself. You hear that too.
I love him so much. Anyway,
Oh,
I
amazing.
tell people that's my familiar as we watch.
That's beautiful, and I love it. You make your way across this bridge. Eventually, you kind of make your way. The cat kind of hooks off to the left, following this sidewalk up past these quite nice apartment buildings. Apartments. They're not massive skyscrapers, but they're apartment styles. You know what I mean? In fantasy setting. Shut up. You guys are wonderful. I'm being feral. You continue along, this cat kind of meandering up, and eventually it begins to cut its way back across this square
Ooh.
and
Oh,
into
it's an embassy.
actually this series of apartments that overlook
An
the
embassy?
Embassy of the Great Kingdoms.
The
This
embassies.
cat does cut into an alleyway, Sunshine, and you're following quite closely, and you kind of are led, group by Sunshine, into this series of Warren-like alleyways that, when you're not on these massive main boulevards, most of Greyhawk are these narrow, tight streets that 3, 4, 5 stories of building kind of crowd together over. They're not dirty or dingy, but they are closely packed, spaces at a premium in the city when you can afford it. And you see this cat make its way deeper and deeper into this warren of alleyways. And eventually it hops up on a crate, and then up onto a ledge, and then up onto another crate, and then up. And it gets further up this structure. Sunshine, can you make an acrobatics check for me as a cat?
Cat stats. I just pulled them up.
No!
Oh, that's a natural 20 for a 22.
At 22. You are able to gracefully, as a cat, begin to follow up this route as it begins to make its way several stories up the side of the back of this building. Party, you see as Sunshine begins to scour the building.
And this is an alley near the embassy.
Oh, what's my class?
This
That is now
near
empty,
the
right?
Embassy of the Great Kingdoms, yes.
Okay. Demi will, I guess, look at all of them and just be. Can Oshi still be invisible? Maybe just send Oshi?
Sure. Yeah, Oshi, do you mind following invisibly?
Aye, aye, Captain.
Bims can't So
Who was that?
I don't know where.
Excited Ashi.
Aye, aye, Captain. I don't
You
know.
don't pay
He
attention
came
to
out like
Ashi, so you-
SpongeBob. But Ashi begins to flit up into the air. Zahl, are you taking control, or are you just sending Ashi?
Zahl kind of looks over at Demi and goes, "I'm gonna just
okay.
and wargs in."
Okay. You get this disorienting, and is Ashi going invisible or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Ashi's going invisible to follow.
Ashi, roll a perception check for me as you attempt to keep up with these two cats.
When you do that, so...
Who knows? It might be something bad might happen. Who knows?
Perception check.
Chun, 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 chun.
Was that the
The
battlefield?
It's Terminator 2,
Oh, okay,
I
sorry.
think.
I was off.
I think they're the same thing.
They very much are close. So that's a 7.
A 7.
Yeah.
You see this pink cat
Mhm.
kind of disappearing up into this densely crowded series of catwalks. By the time you catch up where you last saw the cat, they have disappeared, unfortunately. And Ashi is left kind of looking around, trying to figure out where they went. Sunshine.
So they're gone.
What?
This cat slips up onto a
All
balcony.
of sunshine.
And there is a window that is slightly ajar. And you follow this cat as it cuts in through the jar. The window, good lord. And into this hallway. Do you proceed?
They follow to see. Yes, they do follow for a little bit. They are now keeping a little bit of distance from the cat.
Okay.
But they are following.
We'll maintain your... I had you roll stealth. We'll maintain that. What was the score on that?
Bad. I forget because I rolled something else, but it was low.
It was like a 9.
It was
Yeah.
a 9?
It was under a 10.
Okay. As you follow into this building, there is a long hallway with a series of rooms offshooting from it that heads across this in the direction of what would be the Embassy of the Great Kingdoms. This is like the last structure before the embassy. You're about 4 stories up here. There is no furnishing in this building. It is completely empty. And roll a perception check for me.
Cat. Or do I use cat stats or do I use mine?
You'd
still?
use
And
your
what else do
stats with the your mental stats and their physical stats.
Cool.
As a druid,
26.
a 26.
Jeez.
Okay. As you glance around, there is dust. There are footprints through the dust, but again, there is a layer of dust here, and you also see the footprints of the cat ahead of you that is all the way down the hallway and heading right into a room. And you can hear quiet whispering.
Oh, this is going to be fun. Okay, they peer around the door and watch whatever the cat does because it's delivering a message.
So you're going to have to come all the way. It's about 40 feet down this hallway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As you make it to the hallway, you look around the corner, and Talina is sitting there in a chair, or to you, Abaid, sitting there in a chair, looking down at this cat currently, and your own voice is coming through the cat at this very beautiful drow woman with this falling silver hair over her shoulders, these very feminine features. To the right, there is the hat that you crafted for her long, long ago. She is not wearing the immaculate leotard that you saw on the poster. She's wearing dark gray leathers, and a crossbow sits resting against one wall, as well as a spyglass. There is a window that looks directly out onto the Great Kingdoms, and she's staring down at this animal messenger. And you see her raise her hand to her lips like this. The room is empty other than her. She's alive. She's just kind of looking up into the ceiling for a minute, distracted from whatever she was doing.
They should respond to the message.
She kind of pauses for a moment. And there is a long pause as she contemplates. Roll an insight check for me, Sunshine.
Insight. Do I have advantage on insight? No! Okay. Where? That was an adventure. 19.
Fuck. And there's this kind of sagging of her shoulders. And she doesn't respond to the message. She just to the room kind of says, I'm sorry, Sunshine. Excuse me. I'm sorry, Pepperig. That's me. She doesn't know that.
They did say their new name in the
that's true.
message.
Then she stumbles like I did. To the room. And then kind of looks at the cat and... I don't know what to do with you. But I can't. She kind of sits back into the chair and just crosses her arms, puts her hand kind of again over her mouth, and looks at the cat that's just kind of sitting there expecting a response.
I'm about to get shot. Okay. They back up from the door. They drop wild shape.
Roll a stealth check for me as you do.
They drop wild shape and they say, I'm really sorry I followed the cat, as they knock twice on the door and don't look at her. I'm not looking at you and I can leave if you'd like.
You hear immediately, even as you're dropping the wild shape, before you hear anything, a move for the crossbow. Very quick reflexes, and you hear the grinding of...
I'm about to get...
It's actually completely loaded, and you hear it come up. Oh, it's ready to go. And you hear... Followed the... Oh my god. Show yourself.
They step in front of the doorway.
And the crossbow is raised. And
Yeah.
how am I supposed to believe it's you?
I made that. You don't have to believe it's me. I'm just glad you're safe, and I won't come to your performance if you don't want me to. And they're definitely trying to keep it under control, but there are tears streaming down their face. I'm just
and you can see
glad you're okay.
Tears kind of at the corner of her eyes as she holds this crossbow up. And it's taking every fiber of her being to point it at you. And you can see the conflict running across her face.
I'm not here to hurt you.
Step in.
They do.
What was the address of where we stayed in Iron Gate?
My ass doesn't know it. Sunshine does.
Yeah, and I don't know it either.
Yeah.
But...
You're both fake.
They will start...
crossbows!
They will start, say, I watched you develop a broken heart those nights outside of Relastra. I watched you break that stupid instrument and run out of Durin space.
You see the crossbow beginning to tilt down.
I'm the one who traveled with you to Iron Gate. I'm the one who helped you save Jor and Madam, even though they didn't deserve it. And 584 is still one of the best years of my life.
You see now that the crossbow is all the way down, and she sets it gently, because it's loaded, to the side. and then all of a sudden very quickly closes and wraps her arms around you. And you feel that it's incredible strength coming from this figure. There are a few people that can lift you, and she sweeps you up off your feet in an embrace. I thought you were dead.
I was gone for a little while.
And you
I'm
can
glad you're
feel
safe.
like there isn't the sound of crying, but there's that raw breathing against you.
They just hold her close.
God, you cannot be here.
Really sorry.
She's
If it
gonna
makes you feel any
steps
better,
back
we're
a
leaving
little
soon. And then coming back. It's very confusing.
Why? How? There are so many... Oh my god. I can't tell you everything, but... Madam is dead. At my hand.
I'm
Jaw will
impressed.
follow.
Would you rather I call you Albaid or Talina?
I don't care. I have like 40 names.
Alright, Albaid.
She kind of smiles at that, as if it's something she hasn't heard in a long time.
Yeah. You're hunting him?
Him, as the overall goal, I had to make some new friends in order to help with that.
Would you like to elaborate?
The visage in the name as a visage is quite intentional. But I can't share more than that without appropriate permission.
God, I hope. All I want for you is to be enjoying your life. And I just had the terrible thought that you might not be.
I was headed in this direction already. And look at you. All armored up. Turning into animals.
It's been 6 years. Very weird 6 years.
I would love for you to come to the concert. Just, we have to be careful, and it's safer for you if we keep a bit of a distance. Why are you here? How are you here?
We got teleported here. And the why is complicated.
That's fair.
I'm in similar circumstances, unable to talk about much. God, I want to talk to you. All I want to do is hear about how you've been, and what you've loved and cared about, and what's taken your time.
God, this is strange. I feel the exact same, and yet there's clearly no way either of us can.
I can
I'm
tell
sorry.
you- No, I'm glad you escaped. I had this terrible fear that you hadn't.
No, I got away. Bruised. Little beaten.
Sorry.
But that. When I found out what they had done to you, I wanted to go after them, but they convinced me it would be better.
I won't push as to who they might be. But do you know what they did to me? I can't remember anything.
Jahl is a monster. He will die because of what he did to you and what he is doing to other people.
He's still doing it. I imagine you have a better track on him, but the only reason I'm here is because in the Pomarge, he told me to leap off a mountain. My brain told me no.
You can, literally see her fists clench at her sides a little bit. There's that intense fury that you know comes from this figure, radiating.
I think there is something there that he's looking for, if that helps you at all in your work. Whatever your work might be.
I'm not supposed to tell you this, but he was here. He was here. And she points out the window.
At the embassy? For the Great Kingdoms?
Yes. They've gone silent recently. I can't go into this. I shouldn't have said what I've already said. But I was this close.
Was any of what he said true? All of those groups he pretended to be a part of?
You see her struggling with being bound to not share with you, so I need you to roll a persuasion check for me. It's not that she does not want to share, it's that she should not.
Persuasion? 13.
I'm sorry, Paprika. I can't. I'm sorry.
I want to help you. And I understand that we can't talk about what we're doing. But if you have any way to send a message and you are ever in need, well, that I'll run to you.
And are you?
This is going to be odd. If I will be at your performance, and if there is any sort of news, anything that I can do, if you give word at Otto's Irresistible Dance Hall, I think it'll make it back to me.
Oh, you're rubbing elbows high up.
Tangentially. I am not important.
It's the biggest lie you've said.
And if you're...
I'll talk to Bertie. Are you okay with me sharing?
Yes.
And if it really goes south, look for the Azure Mask.
If you're ever on the western side of the world, Ulek, Kiel, and Look for the Yoski Din.
Okay. The traveling folk?
That's right.
My god. Okay.
You'd like them.
I'm sure I would. I have to go back to my...
I know.
And she kind of swoops forward and embraces you again, and again, its full armor lifts you off the ground. Stay safe. I'll look
You
for
stay
you at the
safe.
performance.
I am so impressed and proud.
A little bit of it was for you. All right. She kind of sets you down. Picks
Just
up her
cup her face.
crossbow. Oh.
Can I send you something in a little while?
Just make sure it can't be followed. And she looks at the cat.
I'll send it to the Blue Visage.
That's perfect.
I know that we don't really know each other anymore. But I love you.
And you do see now a single tear actually forms and runs down her cheek. I love you.
Goodbye, Obeid.
She kind of turns her back and slowly walks over to the window and picks up the scope and just begins to quietly begin her watch once again. The little cat that you've summoned pats over and kind of makes a figure of 8 between her legs. She attempts to ignore it.
Oh, they always did like her. They will cast guidance on her through their star map and then leave.
Okay. You make your way down the hallway. How do you get out of the building?
The way I came in, hop
Okay.
out a window and leap on my broom.
A few minutes pass, party. Anything you want to do in that time?
How long exactly did it take?
It's no more than 10 minutes.
Okay. Demi probably just, they're sitting in this alley and... So next time we separate, we say something vague, like, if I take too long. Let's put an actual minute on it, because I can keep track of that. This I can't decide if, is this long, or is it not long, and should we wait until 10 or 15? She's like mentally counting the like seconds in her head, and she's like, is this long? Like, that's vague. What's the specification for long?
As you say,
Oh,
what's
she
the
still
specification
hasn't
for
found-
long? Sunshine leaps out of a window and, well, that depends on the person. And flies down.
Specification for long.
Oh, she still hasn't found them.
I found her!
No,
Found them,
right.
excuse
Oh.
me!
Oh, shoot.
Oh, they're right there. They're on the broom.
Oh.
Hi.
Zahl pulls himself back. Were you
So
having a
next
conversation
time-
with me?
Right.
No, I was actually talking to Salvator, who I also didn't expect to respond.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes. I was talking to myself, but anyone passing by would think that I had friends.
Looking for that cat. It was pink, right?
It was pink. There was a pink cat. There.
Sworn it went in this alleyway the last I saw
The
it.
next time we separate, specify via minute how long is long.
That's fair. It's very fair.
I feel okay. You're the only one that knows. So what if you leave?
But if you separate
like,
me,
what if you separate? How are we supposed to know?
try counting.
That's not going to work. We both know that. We both know that.
Oh, where is that cat?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not
And-
going to turn back into a cat. I only get to do that one more time today.
As we regroup, we will go to break, my friends.
Ah.
As we all get together on the 21st of Ready Read in this alleyway in the Beggar's
Hey,
Corridor.
in the beak.
With that, my friends, hey, exclamation point win is going to let you enter in that raffle that's going. Followers get 1 entry, subscribers get 2. Make sure you subscribe beforehand. It's not retroactive, and that's for a skull mug filled with approximately 100 dice given to us by our amazing sponsor, Skull Splitter Dice. Go check out their products. The link is also in chat, and we will see you all back here in 10 minutes. Bye.
Bye.
See you soon.
Did you just say piss? We're live!
What? What, Josh? What? What, Josh? What?
Josh, we're live on the internet. You
Yeah,
can't
we're
just
on.
yell.
You just counted us in.
Then scream just-
Why would you just say?
You caught me off guard. You're right.
Stream.
We're on stream and you're
You
just
poor
screaming
man, we're the
piss?
worst.
Now,
Sorry.
The stream of piss.
Oh my god!
Hey everybody, welcome back to
Hello.
And we're live?
Somebody please clip that whole thing. Hey everybody, welcome in, welcome back. You're here with us for part 2 of today's Conundrum Company session. Our fearless party has just kind of followed Cat Sunshine off to visit an old friend. They got a little bit left behind, but they've rejoined together now after spending the yesterday meeting with Thali Merrybringer and really making his day, and also figuring out a little bit more about the Celestials and the Archons. So with that, my friends, I hand it back off to you. Again, we can quick spin through time again. I know we've done a few time jumps. I'm happy to do so if you want to, but I'll leave it to you, okay?
I'm done to do a time jump. I have
Yeah,
nothing.
We're
Zal's
time
shut up,
jumping to Orient, right?
We
We jump to Salt Marsh. Should we jump to? Do I have to make?
No skill checks. Nope, don't even ask. No skill checks needed. No teleportation checks needed.
So,
It's just
what locations?
Smooth
What
sailing.
locations are you guys teleporting to?
We should go home at least.
The Salt Marsh one, right?
Salt
Because
Marsh,
that would be this way, and or is that
It
the
wouldn't
same
be-
direction?
It would be the same direction, but it'd be.
You'd
a
have to do
different
one
angle.
here and then one from there because it's slightly off axis.
Yeah.
We could technically go. We could technically jump to our ship, and then
We
that
could
would
try to
give us the-
jump
That would give
to
us
our
the.
ship.
Try to
I'm
do
just
Last
saying,
time we
It's
tried to
moving.
jump
If
anywhere.
we want to do it.
Is it moving? I thought they were still on the
They've
peninsula.
been moving up and down
It's
the
a
peninsula.
movable location. It's not like a fixed location, though.
Just to be clear on that, he was saying they set up another little settlement and they're shipping
Oh,
things
okay.
between the two for them. Sorry.
But I.
What if I just
They-
asked him to
Just
go
go
back?
to the-
Had time to put teleportation circle in there.
Wait, teleportation circle
Yeah.
in the ship?
In one of the two settlements.
Don't you need a year and to
have
cast
to
it every
sit a
day?
year.
Well, I don't know what kind of technology they brought to this island. Maybe they've got the good
You
stuff.
shut up and you know
They
your
don't
spells.
have
Get
the
out of here.
They don't
I
have
got a
the
little-
good stuff.
When they wheel out and place down, like, okay, we're here.
Unfortunately,
3 months
Professor
for the work.
Owlball
For-
Stinkcheeks, despite being incredibly clever and smart and a wonderful
Mm-hmm.
NPC that everybody loves,
For
he
sure.
doesn't know how to make
Unfortunate.
teleportation circles. That's on me.
So
No,
this
that's-
is
that's
cartographer's tools for me. Is that right?
I was
So
gonna
here's
say-
here's what I'd like to know. If you are doing 1 point, that's going to get you a line of orientation to orient off. I will, just to clarify the context of this whole thing, because it's a bit of a skill challenge. You have 2 separate maps, right? Because the
Yes.
main map does cut off. So they're 2 separate maps of different sizes. So there's going to be a little bit of a skill check there, figuring out right to get it to piece together. So that is an element that's being considered in
Could
this.
we not go find one map that has both places?
could
don't
certainly
you have
try.
one on your
We
hand?
have the.
Yeah, but we can't draw on that.
That's
Could we use it as
Yeah.
reference?
But we
Yeah.
can use it as a reference point to help with us orienting
Oh,
off
you
the
could
two
do
sides.
Is that all I am to you now? A fucking map.
Yeah.
Can't believe this. I can't believe
Darn it.
this is what I've become.
Yes, because you decided a hand with a map in it. I'm gonna take it.
That's
We didn't
that
know.
was the choice I made.
Yeah, he knew that. Yeah, he knew it was coming.
Yeah, for sure.
Tastes delicious.
Oh, that's
So
a
we-
You went,
stab.
"Oop, my hand's fucked up. That's
All
weird.
right,
I'm gonna
all right.
accept this shit across my body.
Boys, you're
Okay.
both pretty. Let's go.
Beautiful.
I'm more beautiful.
Right.
We're not doing this.
I love you so much.
I pull out my star map. So there isn't really anything to draw on per se, but I would like to, as you are doing this, maybe reference this as well, just for
Yeah, absolutely.
shits and giggles.
Wow, this is you guys have so many maps here.
There's a lot of
That's
We do.
definitely going to play into this. I love you bringing this all up. Salvator, are you agreeing to let your hand be used as a point of?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
And how many places are you just teleporting to Saltmarsh?
I
We
mean,
we
we have
could hit-
teleportation circles in Saltmarsh and where else?
Greyhawk and
Greyhawk.
Neodraw.
Neil Draw.
Eoland. Yeah.
We could jump to what I was saying is if we jump to the ship because we have 2 coming in like this. If we jump to the ship, it's gonna hit it at a different angle. So if we want the X, the actual like perfect X, we have to jump over to the Tillen.
We have to attempt to jump to the ship.
Well, we could jump to the settlement, which we have been in for it. We were there. For
It
a
would
long
be.
time.
It would be a Josh call on whether or not, like, I could try and jump to the settlement instead of the ship if
You
I
could
don't know where
absolutely
the
try
ship
and
is.
jump to the settlement.
I could try.
I know we can try.
I can try anywhere. Josh.
And I will, given you didn't spend a ton of time there, but you literally explored the whole thing initially, so I will give you very familiar on it.
Oh, what counts as an associated object?
Something from the place.
Okay, I'll think about that as we start going places.
I have the abjuration crystal.
That is thousands of miles from where.
From the
We're trying to go to the beach.
But we still could.
It is
doesn't
associated
matter
with-
where
We could go there
on the
to-
Tillen Vault.
It's the Tillen Vault, yeah.
It's just we just.
I
need to be
mean,
on
if
the
it's
Tillen Vault,
it's familiar, right? I would have to do familiar.
Yes, so if you do the abjuration location, it would stay on very familiar because you have an item,
Yeah.
or you can do the homestead. It will still be very familiar because of familiarity. So either kind of balance.
We'll just go to the homestead. Just
Roll that percentage dice for me.
Hop right over. Just jump over there for a few minutes.
We're looking
We go home.
anything above a 25, okay, Parker?
We can jump there and then go
Okay.
home.
I'll leave Telvasaur knows.
a 52.
You
No, we stand there.
land perfectly on spot. In the middle of Theodric's stead, there's two guys carrying a piece of glass somehow, and they drop it and it shatters.
Mage hand!
Oh, you put it all back together.
No, just to catch it.
Oh! Glass is very heavy.
Mending!
Through the mage hand.
It's
Just cuts up
Goes through the-
mage hand.
You
Right,
solved
that
the
was a dumb
problem,
idea. I
'cause
just
it's a bit-
mend it.
Yeah.
One day I will learn to send word ahead.
You are standing
I
right in the
won't.
center of Theodric's stead.
Okay. Is our ship here or are they at the other thing?
They are currently out at sea. As you glance over, you don't see the familiar changing
Good.
sails.
Then we didn't go to the right one.
The Falling Star. Yeah.
Okay. And then I just have to. We have to just look at maps, and you need me to roll what?
So here's what's going to happen. Have you already done a teleport to Saltmarsh, or is this your first stop?
No, we did the first one.
We
at-
would have done the first one in Greyhawk.
Greyhawk.
Oh, Greyhawk. Got it. Perfect.
Greyhawk is the first line, and then
So-
here, and then are we going home?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I'm going to have you all, or Demi, I'm going to have you roll for each point as you attempt to align these lines over multiple maps. These checks are all made with advantage because of your peers. You're going to do the first one for Greyhawk, then you're going to do one for Theodricstead, and then if you go to Saltmarsh, you're going to do one for Saltmarsh, okay? So
And I have proficiency.
you have proficiency
So
because
that
you're
is
using
a
critical.
plus
4 for you guys?
4 modifier. Yes. Okay. Cool.
No,
Cool.
5.
Oh, plus
So
5.
this is
Yeah, it's plus 5.
Perfect.
Where is that?
14.
the
Right
top.
next to your walking.
Next to
Proficiency
walking.
bonus.
It's your proficiency bonus.
Even
me.
better.
Just like,
The
excuse me,
scores
hello.
at the top, right next to those.
Yeah. so
Thank
it's
you.
Charisma, proficiency bonus, walking speed.
Sean watched me be lost on this page. Okay. So I have to roll this with advantage, and then it's a plus 5.
Yes.
Okay.
Now,
Guidance!
one
Whoop.
thing before... Do the Greyhawk roll for me first, Demi.
Oh, okay. That is a. Do I have guidance?
They're
That
gonna
is
guide
a
before everything.
28.
Okay, okay.
It was a 19
Pretty straight
plus
line.
5 plus 4
You
is what I rolled.
a very straight line. And what we're going to do is we're just going to do the intersection points on the Amedio jungle map for y'all.
Mhm.
But this is
Nice.
after
Yeah.
juxtaposing it against the larger world map, Salvator's hand map, and Sunshine's star map, okay?
Okay.
Using Demi skills. You lay it out on a table somewhere and begin this process.
I'd like
Cool.
to throw this out there. Zahl's heart has never been fuller of love for all of you.
As we all hold things.
Because you all are helping him in a way that he was not prepared for, and he's just like,
Oh,
I just
So
want
that's
a
our-
$100.
Greyhawk one,
Josh the
correct?
Snap.
Ooh.
Have I ever
Hello?
shown you guys this
Yeah,
one?
No, you showed us
You-
it when we got
you-
it.
Yes,
You
it's been a
showed
bit.
us it.
Yeah,
I just love
but
it.
it's just
It's so good.
It's very good.
Thanks, guys. Ah, pew-pew!
Ah.
If you guys ever need to expand your Greyhawk maps, Darlene, call me. No, I'm kidding.
So,
this first line coming from Greyhawk, I have to orient myself to assure that this is correct.
I did
Fair.
it.
Oh,
You know, Josh has like a DM layer of this map that's like here, where Seth.
It's a really bad photoshopping of 6 different maps.
Yeah.
Okay, that's gonna hit right.
Where Seth is. Don't tell Adam. This is
It's just a
important.
don't tell Adam spot.
Yeah, there's a don't tell Adam spot.
I
This
enjoyed
one's
that the
gonna
little
suck.
space in the center kind of looks like a seahorse.
It does. I love that.
So
Wait a minute. Seahorses are animals. Snakes are animals. This is where the Yuan-Ti are.
Flawless
that.
logic.
Ah, shit.
Not as straight of a line as I just drew, but close.
Well, I think if you look at it at the right angle, it's a pretty straight line.
right there.
Get it?
Beautiful.
It's such a
Your
good-
logic.
Oh man, this is.
Demi's line, Adam's logic.
That's very fun.
Is this going to let me?
I think we need a. That's another thing. Is we just need like
Sorry.
a chart that's like Demi's logic, Zahl's logic, and it's just loop-de-loops and goes back to the beginning.
Salvatore's is just two points on a map.
Fibonacci.
Yeah. The Fibonacci sequence in the perfect circle going out.
Okay, close enough. The first line coming off of Greyhawk marks in like that.
I don't hear you.
I'm not seeing it.
I have it on the wrong layer.
There we
You're
go.
on the wrong layer. Now I can take to you.
Ha-ha!
That's Greyhawk.
Correct, Governor. That's Greyhawk.
That's Greyhawk. All right.
So then we go to the Chillin' Vault.
Yes. Now, Zahl, roll perception for me.
Greyhawk is straight north.
It's not exactly north, but the way that the world orients off of this map, there is a slight curvature to it, and this is accounting for that.
Can
It's as
Ashi
close as I
help?
can get. Can Ashi help? Yeah. Ashi
Yeah.
can help. Well, actually,
I'd-
no, not on this one. I'm sorry.
All right, that's fine. You said perception.
Yes.
That's a 5.
Buddy. Cool.
Okay.
I noticed nothing.
You notice nothing.
Solid.
Okay, Demi, roll for me.
Okay.
I feel like that was important. What I just missed.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay.
Guidance.
I
would've done it. just
assumed.
forgot.
I rolled the d4. I assumed.
Okay.
26.
26.
Okay.
I rolled an 18 on that one. This one's nice today.
Let me just...
This one's not.
Oh,
Every-
this one's mean.
Everyone has been like a 3, a 19, a 4, an 18. I was like,
Great.
Ooh.
This one
Oh, Serpent's
needs to
Reef.
watch itself.
one of them has to balance.
Second line goes like that.
Ooh. Hello.
Hey.
That's so
We're getting
weird.
somewhere. All right. And are we doing a third location, guys?
We should
Why?
go home. Yeah. I mean, we can do just to make sure.
It's in that point.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Hope it's in that point.
Why else would we be doing this?
I rolled really well.
I know you did, but
So I was like, I want to go home.
I mean, we could also
If we-
see.
If this
You
doesn't
just-
work, we draw a third line. It's still in the wrong place.
That would be, or it could tell me where the second one is, because I have to get 2 pieces still.
It could just be confusing, though.
True.
We could have gotten closer to the second piece here.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. Is if we go and there's another line, there's 2 crosses across the land. I'm orienting, guys.
I want to know why Josh just rolled.
yeah. I mean, if it makes you feel more comfortable, you're
I
more
don't-
than very familiar with your home, right, Demi?
Yes, but I can only do that once a day. So wherever we go has to be somewhere we've already been because Salvatore's our only way there.
Salvatore's been there many times.
That's not true.
What?
Salt Marsh?
I can go wherever we want.
Oh, right.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Do you have the same thing that Demi has?
Yes.
Next time he can take us 2 months into the future.
Here's the thing, Demi, I know that you're saying that as in it's a bad thing. I think he would enjoy it too much.
So maybe we go where we know. Salvatore.
Briarax!
No! Demi
So, where are we going, my friends?
Where are we going, Sean?
Where are we going? I'm just doing it. I don't really care. I don't have
Home.
I think Salt Marsh.
You want to go to Salt Marsh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I expand the map, and instead of that orange, it is this smaller dome of blue. And on the continents, there are these little beams of light where my teleportation circles are, and I push the one in Salt Marsh.
I love
And
that.
our little
Oh my
bubble
gosh.
just sends us there.
Very cute.
You're rolling on that, Sean?
Huh?
You're rolling on that one? Is that correct? Or are
It's
you
a
permanent
teleportation
souls? You're
circle.
good. Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect.
We
Okay.
win.
You land at the teleportation
We
circle
arrive.
in Salt Marsh.
That was new.
That was very cool. The little boop.
Where did that song come from?
We didn't time travel,
That's the sound it makes.
Did not.
I think.
Ah.
If you're on this side, it actually makes a horrible screeching sound. More like a
Oh,
key against the piano string. Yeah.
It's the landing break.
It's
Okay.
my Urdis.
So we can spend the night in the lighthouse.
No,
And I can
can't.
try and draw one more.
Okay.
I have to go take Salvator from there and put him here.
What?
We left him in Greyhawk.
Yeah.
I thought we were
What?
going back now.
Oh.
I have to go pick him up.
We have to go back anyway. Can't he be by himself for a little while? We're going back tomorrow morning.
Sure. I just
I'm
fly.
alone this city! Set the whole place on fire.
He doesn't find a religion.
Yeah!
I'm a cleric now. It's weird.
The mighty Talvasol.
Oh
Okay.
my gosh.
As you begin this orienteering process,
Mm-hmm.
Zahl, one more time perception for me.
Okay.
Oh, that's so bad.
Oh no.
I rolled a 10 this time.
Oh, buddy.
Only gaining up.
Just enough. This is very, very subtle. But in these two locations that have a closer proximity, the needle is shifting back and forth slightly. It is very nuanced and very subtle.
Huh. Does anybody else see that?
See what?
The
Hello?
needle's hitting two different locations, so it's showing both of the locations.
Oh, how convenient.
So they're close.
Yes,
That could be very good or very bad.
but also it could mean that our last spot, we got somewhere in the middle.
Right. Well, aren't you glad that you insisted on coming to Salt Marsh? Now you can find the actual truth.
coming here.
Oh no. All right. Well, let's see.
Guidance.
Okay. Just rolling maps out again. Just.
So how are you reconciling this drift between the two parts of the Ostis anchor?
Well,
Oh,
one of them is in this section. The other one is in this section.
Right. So is there a way to can we essentially like slowly demarc the two separate locations and then just slowly draw from there? Because it should show
Sorry.
orienteering wise. It should show those 2 points since
If
it
you
is
can hit
demarking
the
two different
points
ones.
exactly on
Right.
degrees, yes, you could do 2 rolls if you'd
Can-
like to.
so I have
Okay.
Oh.
I have an idea. So Zahl is going to
Listen,
take
I'm just a proficiency bonus here. Let's go.
Zahl is going to take a pen, like his quill, and wait for it to land on one of the points, and at the edge of like the compass, literally draw a line, and then wait for it to swing back and draw a line on there.
Slide a hand check for me.
All right.
Josh, for my clarification, this north to south line is from Greyhawk, and
That
this
is correct.
is from
Theodrix.
the Telling Vault?
Tillen Vault, yeah.
All I'm saying is full circle, because guess who has advantage on sleight of hand now?
Ooh.
Because of the marks on my
Nice.
chest. That's a nat 20, baby.
Ooh.
You are spot on. You know exactly the 2 points that these need to be from. Demi, make your checks with advantage.
Okay, I'm making 2.
You are making.
Is that
2.
correct? Okay, so the first one, I'm assuming I have guidance on both.
Finally.
So that's a 24. I rolled 2 15s plus 5 plus 4.
The first line comes from Saltmarsh. Like
Ooh.
this. Second line, what do you got for me?
Hold on.
Right there.
Ooh, 25. Oh, actually, that was a 19. I rolled an 18 and a 19, so 26.
26.
It's right there.
Let me see if I
No, it's right here, Adam. We're ignoring this line.
Isn't this is the
This
Wait,
is the one that's closer
me
to...
dumb. So this
is the one
this
that's
is the
close
one
to
that was
Greyhawk.
fucked.
This
Gotcha.
is the Greyhawk line.
wait, which one?
Let me.
The Greyhawk line is the
Sorry.
this.
This is Greyhawk.
It's this one.
This is Saltmarsh 1. Saltmarsh 2. This is Tillenvault. Sorry, I'm not
Tillenvault.
pinging. Tillenvault is that one that Sean's indicating right there. That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
This one is Greyhawk.
Okay.
That's correct.
And this one's
Okay.
the one we just did.
Yeah.
So we're looking in the
Okay.
center there, right?
The only ones that
It's
you are
3
certain
points.
are exact
Ah.
are the 2 Saltmarsh ones.
Yeah,
We're certain those.
you're absolutely certain.
There's only one Saltmarsh line.
There's 2.
no,
There are
there's 2.
two.
Which is
Where?
the
I
far
only
one.
This one and this
This
Can
one.
we-
one's
over by the hell furnace.
Zoom out.
The
I'm
far
zoomed
one.
in. Alright.
Sorry.
Wait, no.
Zoom out further.
Can we delete the Greyhawk and Tillenvault ones now that we know that
Jesus
those are
Christ.
wrong? And then, so when we go back to Greyhawk, we'll have to do this process again now, but with the knowledge that it
2.
was wrong the first time.
That there's 2 there too.
Yes.
Shit.
Huh.
Great. Thank you. I do appreciate this a lot.
Oh,
So-
Oh, Lord.
Do you spend the night at Saltmarsh?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not?
Hellos are had, friends are made. Everybody is wonderful and
Who's
very
there?
happy to see each other.
Yeah.
Hello,
Your
friends.
mother and
I forgot.
That was the best your mom I think I've
your
ever.
mother.
Who's there? Your mom.
Until she gets to where she can see the ships and goes, we could go back to Greyhawk.
Oh, are you
Let's talk to your
alright?
mom.
What?
Let's go talk to your mom.
We, with the 2 months, may have missed an important thing.
Oh, what did we miss?
Nothing important.
Okay,
It was
you
in,
can't-
you just said it's an important thing.
You just said it was an important thing, and then told us it wasn't.
Nothing.
No, no.
Yeah, let's just go
no.
say hi to my
No,
mom, and you'll.
Let's drop it. It's not our place to pry.
It 100% is our
I
place to
immediately
play.
asked the captain what happened while we were gone. Apparently there was something important that happened.
Yeah, good
He
try.
walks up to Lila.
Yeah.
oh, hello.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Yes. Demi said we missed something important that happened while we were away. Do you
Oh,
know
she
what that
did.
is?
She didn't tell you.
No,
she's being
it
very
seemed to be immediately unimportant at the same time.
She's trying to sneak up the stairs.
Demi, why don't you tell your friends?
Guidance.
It's not- well, meet Lila.
One of the things.
We skipped over my birthday
Oh, I see.
in the 2 months that we were
Where were you?
Happy belated birthday.
gone. Thank you.
Right, I'll be back in a.
It's like my adoption
Zahl
more than
walks out.
I don't really know my birth. I don't really know when my birthday is, so it's
Me neither. High five.
adoption day. Should just
Wonderful. Should we do? Do you want to make a cake
No.
tonight? It's a
No,
birthday night.
I didn't think that I.
I fear that something is in the works.
I will.
You mean when Zahl left very obviously?
I will say.
Is he not here?
Quick elements to of note. Plum is there, very excited to see you all.
Yay!
She shares that she has been in communication with Peach through the stone occasionally. That they're doing well, and at this point, they are quite far north of the Greyhawk region, moving northeasterly. Lila is walking with a cane, Demi. And it does seem to be a more permanent affixation in regards to her mobility. But she is walking now, as opposed to... We were hopeful, but
Yeah.
it hadn't been confirmed.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's business as usual. There is a little bit of where have you been? Why did you not call? Sort of stuff, but
How dare you steal that car?
Yeah.
How
Ronald
dare you
Weasley.
steal that car?
Ronald Weasley! A bunch of that sort of stuff, but we won't go into that like chaos because we've roleplayed this 100 times before and we know what it looks like.
Hey, Josh,
Yeah, bud.
I'm gonna go to our favorite inn and go talk to my worst enemy, Gordon Ramsay, in that inn.
Oh, you have
And
to... Okay.
and say,
okay.
I need an emergency cake made. It's Demi's birthday, and we didn't know.
You expect me, Gordon
I will
Ramsay?
pay you.
How much?
How about 5 gold?
Deal.
I just put 5 gold on the table. I don't care how much it costs.
In typical Gordon Ramsay fashion. Money wins. Yeah. He begins whipping
Money
up the
wins
cake for you.
everybody, let's
It
be honest.
takes some time, but you do return a few hours later with a cake.
And then yeah, I definitely well that's Zahl is like Zahl understands how important birthdays are to people. And so he definitely is like going around and trying to get like little supplies, nothing crazy, of like things that would be like for a celebration. And then like fly back to the island really quick.
Hannah
with the
has some
cake.
paper hats that are very
yeah.
colorful.
Hell yeah.
She gets,
Hell yeah. I don't know how much gold it's gonna cost. You just let me know, and it's
It's
done.
silver.
Solid.
Like 5 silver. And we're back to the part of the world where there isn't a lot of money. To
And he's
throw
also
around.
bundled up in his jacket while he's doing all this because it's cold here.
It is. There is actually. You're further south here. There are a few spots of ice, and all the trees are now completely devoid of any sort of foliage, as it is mostly deciduous in this region of the world. As you time hop, it's still colder than Greyhawk because the weather doesn't actually ever touch that city in the vicinity, but if you were to step out of Greyhawk, it'd be a lot colder.
And then, yeah, I
Sunshine
bring all
just-
that back. That's all.
As there's a space, before like a party commences, they're just going to set up their easel and paint a family portrait of Demi and her mom, just for her mom to
Oh.
have.
Oh, that's very good. Make a performance check.
We're not
for me.
telling Demi. She doesn't need to know.
Does Lila know? Because she
Right.
absolutely poses for it.
18, 19,
Oh
20.
my
Questioning
God.
20.
Questioning.
I'd say, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. She
and I have
finds like a
seen your-
really
your-
nice chair that she like sits
Oh!
on. She makes
It's
sure
got like the cane to the,
the
side.
cane is there, like prominently featured. Like this is a part of me now. Deal with it. That sort of thing.
Probably a sword.
Yeah. There's a plate in it for sure.
Deal with it.
Incredibly regal.
Yeah, it's very elegant, overly so, in the entire thing.
Amazing. And they'll have Demi in the portrait, kind of in or performing like nod to like before she starts the set.
Oh, it's magnificent. Work of art. Progress.
Oh
I
god.
will put it over the fireplace. Wonderful.
Oh, I imagine you can see it now.
Zahl
Okay.
kicks the door in with a cake right
Oh,
about
100%. And he's just like, I did what I could, but happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. This is why. This is
It's
why.
like a little hat.
It is
Oh.
a little hat. Ashi insisted.
I did.
Ashi, that's very good.
Oh, God.
We both know it was you.
There's
Zahl.
Cloud.
Yeah, we both do, but I just appreciated you going with
Okay,
it.
I got your back.
Thank you, bud.
Thank you very much. She asks Zahl if he can you send food through your messenger?
Yeah, it just has to fit in the box.
Great. And she'll hand him 50 gold pieces and then make a purpose, like, of very carefully, like, putting, like, pieces of cake for Morton and Boulder, and then also sending one off to Peach
That's
with two. So it's like two of each with, like, a little note that she writes that's just like, so everyone found out it was my birthday. Have some cake.
Okay. Morton, you receive a golden courier that you know belongs to Zahl with a piece of cake in it. What do you do?
Have I ever seen it?
I think you saw him.
I don't think you ever used it when we were together.
He was sending
I
things
used
from the
something to
deck of the
Dravosi.
ship
Yeah.
briefly.
I sent things to Dravosi off the deck of the ship.
But that's your call if you know what it is. A
about to beat the
golden
fuck out
thing
of it.
It
lands
also
before you.
does tell you what it is. Like, it appears and goes like, this is a thing from Zahl.
Hey, what's up? I'm from Zahl.
Fuck.
Okay.
Boulder? Oh,
Hey, it's me, Bold.
oh, you little shiny guy. How's it going? Box for us?
It's high noon.
All right, thanks. Take the fuck-
Cool.
You get cake.
You get cake. Peach, how do you
Hey.
respond as you are traipsing across the open plains between Greyhawk and Eos with Dravosi and Didasco with you? A golden courier lands in front of you that has been visiting Dravosi regularly and you know to belong to Zahl.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call out. Thanks for the call out, y'all. Thanks.
No.
Okay,
Only way I can mess
this
with
is
it.
okay.
Fine.
Okay, one sec. They take out their Zera and start cutting into 3 pieces.
So that they don't know.
Okay, they sent us 3 pieces of cake.
I was missing
How
that.
exciting. I don't know how to do Didasco. Yeah, cool.
Hell yeah. That was the perfect Didasco I've ever heard.
Why not?
Ah, fuck yeah, dude. I mean, my child's right there.
Radical! I love cake!
Yo, cake? Oh, yeah!
As soon as those are sent off, they also get little messages in the head that are just like, "Hi, it was actually, like 2 months ago. Long story. I miss you."
Oh.
And that's it.
Morton and Peach, you both received those messages.
Oh,
Okay.
send back a reply. That's very nice.
Yeah.
Peach, you can hear Peach thinking and counting out the words, like you can almost audibly hear
It's
them, like with
truncated.
each number. Hey, Demi, just very slow. Happy birthday! I love and miss you all.
Mine
my
is,
gosh.
said with a mouthful of cake. Audibly in my mind.
4 of the words are just 4 of the words are like,
Thanks, guys. The perfect way for that to work.
Oh, I love this whole thing so much.
Ah,
Okay. But you do successfully celebrate Demi's birthday. Lila, of course, forgives you,
Do I love
knowing the line of work you're in and that this, her frustration may not be completely warranted.
Yeah. She also definitely, since her mom's there, fully goes into like a I think I messed up with my boyfriend talk when they get to,
Oh, there's a very long.
like she's like,
Her response is
I messed
absolutely,
up.
I don't see what you did wrong.
of course it is. Great.
You're in charge. You told him what was what. Done.
I'm starting to understand why you would never really like with anyone when we were
I'm sorry.
when I was
what?
growing up. Like permanently. Like
I just don't like the messing around. Is all.
uh-huh.
What?
Nothing. I'm gonna go message him. She just
I love you.
love you too. It's fully
Okay.
like, oh god,
Parents.
This is why, she's like, this is why I'm like this.
Yeah. Oh, okay, beautiful. You get a
Great.
long rest in.
Woo.
Is there anything anyone wants to do here at the island? Any other things they want to real quick, holler
I
at
think we
me.
have everything.
No.
Perfect.
Nope. I'm
The
good.
following morning, you awake. Where are you headed, my friends?
Oh,
We have to go back to this is Greyhawk Day, right?
This is the 22nd.
This is the
correct?
22nd. That is
Yes.
correct.
Oh,
Tomorrow is Greyhawk Day.
do we
We
want
have-
to
If
we
we
have
want.
to go back there anyways, no?
Yeah.
Mhm.
retry there or go
Oh,
retry it
yeah.
in Tillen Vault?
We already have.
No,
Neither
because
of them
that
are
was messed
correct.
up. Because
The
remember, it's
Greyhawk and
swinging.
the Tillen Vault were both messed up. We just didn't see it.
We didn't see it because it's swinging back and forth between two spots.
So
I
you
was
were
on-
doing
I was
one
having on
line.
Untitled as well.
Yeah,
Gotcha,
yeah.
gotcha, gotcha.
And so
Unfortunately,
that's why I was
Go to
saying
Greyhawk.
it's in some area.
you guys are doing
Okay.
so well with this.
We're like,
Wow. Okay,
I haven't even used my inspiration.
back to Greyhawk. That's the
It's
plan.
gone now. Oh, you
No.
mean Josh's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
the-
Yeah.
Inspiration, yeah.
Is that the plan? Back to Greyhawk, my friends.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let me return you to the orienteering map because you easily make it back to the permanent teleportation circle. I assume that's the way you're doing it. Perfect. Now, Zahl, sleight of hand for me to get the points that this is coming from.
Okay, cool. I
Guidance,
have
now
advantage.
that I know.
Oh, I have
Yeah.
guidance? Hell yeah. That's
Yeah.
a D4, right?
Yes.
Oh my god. I have a handful of dice right now. Where's the D4? There we go. So that's you know what? I'm gonna throw my inspiration in on there because I want to make sure I get this thing.
I
What
love
is
it.
that, Josh?
An inspiration.
reroll.
It's a reroll.
Yeah. It's a reroll.
I still forgot to
Like
use it for my
Fortune's favor.
birthday.
Do I question
no.
though, real quick, just to ask, because I do get advantage. What does that mean?
You
for
get
this?
another roll on top of it.
Okay, cool.
So, but you're re-rolling your highest score now. It's not of these.
I'm
three,
re-rolling my
it's of
highest.
the-
All right, cool. That's what I was making sure. Cool. That was bad.
What was your highest?
My highest was 14 plus 2, so 16.
16. Okay. You're pretty sure you've got it fairly close. You can
Okay.
adjust for it.
Okay.
Demi,
Cool.
advantage,
I'm
map
doing
stuff.
the Advantage.
Guidance.
Also, I definitely, whenever Zahl is doing this, it's weird. You probably all would notice whenever he goes to mark, there's a little golden energy that's pushing his hand to the right spot for like a split second, and he doesn't even catch it.
Oh.
That's why
I rolled not great, but it's still a 19.
A 19. Okay. So, coming for adjustment, and based on you're probably with this most ones, you're not completely confident that they're perfect, but you're pretty sure they're close.
They're close enough.
The first one. Let me adjust that a little bit.
And we were doing 2 in this location
That
too,
is
right?
correct. So go ahead and roll again for me,
Okay.
the second one.
Okay.
Really?
There's 2 in every location.
That one was bad.
Yeah,
'Cause it's-
the thing keeps swinging. It's much less here in Greyhawk. The DC was higher
18.
because you're further away. A lot further away.
22.
22. Okay. This one you feel more precise on. Now I just need to get it right.
I also do love the idea.
Welcome
that-
to our orienteering episode, everyone.
I also
It's
do
like
love
the finance episode, but different.
when we were in the Tillen Vault, I do love the idea that this thing is swinging very obviously in front of Zahl, and he's just I don't see any problems with this.
This is how compasses work.
This is a compass, right?
This is what they do.
Ah, I see where it is.
So your intersect points are here and here.
Yeah.
Or here, but we can rule this one out, I guess.
Yeah, that's where the lines are intersecting from. Oh, you could
2
consider
different
that.
places.
Yeah.
Extra.
Yeah.
Let's just say skip over them.
All right.
All right.
So now we just have a free day in Greyhawk?
That's right.
Josh, I think I
Where do you believe them to be, Adam? You tell me.
they're in both the cities there. That's where it's all.
The one to the
Mud.
right is outside the city a bit.
That one was the one that we didn't get exactly accurate.
Or it's in the swamp.
Or it's in
That's
the
also
swamp.
possible. Either way, there's a city.
But I think it's the city is probably best bet. And then we got a hell furnaces.
Whoop.
There it is.
Whoop, there it is.
Yep, that's why I did that.
So, anyone have anything they want to do in Greyhawk, or we just wait for performance?
Do we want to go back to that library?
Actually,
You want to go back to that library?
I kind of want to go back to that library.
We can go back to that library.
We have our rings.
We do. Here we go.
Do we just like walk up in? Like, how do we
We have to
get?
teleport in and out.
Yeah, we have to
So
teleport,
you have to
right?
teleport
Each
through that.
time.
Yeah.
Okay,
There's if you were to go to the gates, you would be denied.
that's what I figured. Okay,
The circle wants to deny any involvement with you in any way, shape, or form.
cool.
Wait,
Teleport in.
Okay. You are able to do so. And you know
Since
how to
Nistel was the
navigate
one
to
that was,
library.
yeah, but still, since Nistel was the one that was kind of babysitting us last time, she'll just quickly send off a little tiny sending that's just like, we're going back to visit the library. Just, we'll try not to get in trouble.
Cool. Have fun, guys.
Thanks.
Okay, you make your way down to the library. You remember how this place works. What are you thinking about?
Chronomancy.
Chronomancy. Fuck. Okay. Okay.
That's awesome.
Make a wisdom saving throw for me. As you.
Oh, what the fuck? What?
No, I had you do perception. No, I was wisdom last time.
No, I was just like, huh? Okay. Wisdom save? I hate myself. Rolled a 1. So it's a 3. I find nothing.
You actually get led to a graviturgy book.
Nice.
You don't have a lot of like context on exactly what you're looking for here. And you come across like a theoretical physics book regarding the manipulation of gravity. And you're like, this doesn't seem right. This isn't time related.
She walks back and asks Salvator for help. I can't find my book.
All you have to do is picture it. And it
Okay, what is
brings you to
See? Salvator!
It's right here.
Wisdom saving throw for me.
A wisdom save? Oh shit.
I'm assuming that was a good ocean.
I just grab a book and I put it down and say, right there you go, and I leave.
It's a calendar book about like days and time and various methods of tracking time across the planet. Yeah.
I give up.
I'm sorry, Parker. Those 2 rolls were really
I hear
bad.
it's the most important type of magic.
I start thinking Azure masks.
Azure masks. Interesting. Okay. Wisdom for me.
17.
17. Okay. You begin to head back into the stacks, getting deeper and deeper. And eventually you do find yourself approaching a book that is a series of articles positing various covert organizations and their involvement in geopolitics.
Oh, that tracks.
Rock Governor.
They will take the book back and head to like that reading
Seating
area.
area. Okay.
Yeah.
Salvator, I'll let you do one for you as well, of course, if you want, and Adam.
I'm not necessarily looking for anything. I just helped with the time book.
Perfect. Adam, what you got, bud?
I personally can't pronounce the 2 towns, and I will butcher them.
Let me go look at them.
2 specific towns is the 2 that he's trying to
Let me attempt to
look
pronounce them for you.
I know myself, and I don't want to even try because it'll be like embarrassing for me.
Yotzahales
Yeah, see?
and Nolzahosa, I believe. But I apologize to anybody who might be offended by our incredible mispronunciation. Again, these are fantasy settings, but vernacular is based off of, I think, Mesoamerican for these. So,
yeah. So I would be looking up those 2 to see if there's any information on them.
Okay. As you make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Okay. Well. Save me, Wisdom. That's a 1.
You make a full loop and find yourself standing in the front room again as you let your mind wander. You've been doing all this crazy shit recently, and you can't seem to focus on your target.
I think Zahl goes, I think it's broken, and just turns around and walks back. Then probably loops back
Yeah,
around,
Luce, you see him about 10 minutes later, yeah.
Heavy broken, walks back in again.
It's so easy. You just need to find a book.
I'm holding up the book that's up. This is the wrong
Baby's
book.
first calendar book.
This is the wrong book.
The only one they have in here about time magic. I'm sorry. I don't stock the library. I just pilot it.
You guys again? I'm gonna try again. And walks back in.
We have all damn day.
It's not hard. It's right here. And I reach for the book I was looking for.
Okay. Are you really?
Yeah, I'm gonna just
Wisdom
go,
saving throw for me. Yeah, give it a shot.
I'm a genius.
Am I back?
You are back, Sunshine, and you are.
Oh, I got guidance.
reading.
Yeah.
Hang on. Perfect. Nailed it. 21.
Okay. You
Here
begin to
it
feel
is.
yourself drawn into the shelves, and you wave your hand and then disappear, heading in a direction.
Right.
Ah!
Oh, Salvador's gone. Oh, hi, Sunshine.
Hi there.
Where did Salvador
Is it
go?
Salvatore said it's right there, and then he kept walking.
Oh, okay.
She's doing. Ah!
Because that siren effect.
You see him go along one of the balconies on the upper ring.
So how we go
man.
under
This
where we
game
go
is-
under us.
Yeah. Wow, that's difficult, I guess.
Oh.
You feel yourself pulled through the book. What you do have here is it is a very, very old text in what appears to be some form of Draconic. It's not one that is particularly... There are words in there, Salvatore, that you're like, this is not right. This is off. It seems to be a dialect for certain, and a pretty
Book
obscure
written
dialect.
by oh, it's a dialect. Okay.
My bad. I'm pretty sure.
There are just
Also-
words used in place that don't
Draconic?
make sense. The pronunciations seem to be close, and most of it is legible, but it's not exact.
It's like reading the phonetic Yorkshire whenever Bronte dips into that, and you're like, what the
Of course.
Or like,
We all know this.
We definitely
I'm so stupid.
Button just separated the
you're
entirety of us and the audience
But no,
except for
but
Josh.
you are.
That was fantastic.
But you're fantastic.
Sweat.
I'm a dumbo, and what
Oh.
you said went way past
was like-
very quickly, and I was like,
The analogy was
Yeah.
gonna be like, yeah, when you go to the deep south, like,
yeah,
it's English, but is it?
Button, you are perfect. We all love you.
You are
fantastic.
It's like Portuguese
right.
to Spanish.
It's just like the Yorkshire Terrier thing.
It's like the New Yorker thing. I don't know. It's like the New York Post or something, right? That's what it is.
Yeah, the New York Post Times. I get the book this all the time. Hey, it's easy. Found it instantly. Not even a problem. As I wipe off some of the wood. And put it on my face.
Thank you. I appreciate it very
Of
much.
course.
So that's Salvatore's second try. Sunshine has got a book. Demi, one more try for me.
I'll even help you this time.
I rolled. You'll help me this. I rolled the
Oh, wait, Josh.
one that was mean to me.
You want your portents?
Yes, I had like all 6 of them. Or no, I'm only the only one here, so 3.
Yeah, where is Telsavor right now? Is he still trying to conquer the city?
I haven't contacted it. Why would he's not trying to conquer the city?
Oh, he's... No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
He's probably perusing the component store and being
With that one that
shitty
hates you?
still. Yeah, but being real shitty still. Unfortunately.
He's being really shitty. She's
I
getting
could use
very
some of
mixed
these,
messages
Just
here.
knock him into like a basket I'm carrying.
Oh no!
She starts to draw a really bad picture of your face with a no entry written underneath it.
The worst part is, he's gonna take all this stuff to the front and be like, "Oh, this is unfortunate. I seem to have left my wallet somewhere else.
He does.
You
I
are
will
never
say,
getting
though,
in this store ever again.
I will say though, he does have 5 gold.
He
He has
does have
5.
5 gold, but he's definitely trying to buy like $700 worth of components. It's like, ooh, I forgot. I'm not the one with the money. This is unfortunate. Well, I will need you to put all these back. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience, and I start leaving.
Oh my god.
You just hear screaming. Talsamore does. Like... Okay, your portent rolls 8, 10, 9.
Wow.
You're on your own. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
If this is it, Demi gives up on chronomancy.
No.
Fucking gives up.
What's your roll?
It's
With the D4.
yeah, I did the 4, so that's 17.
You got this. Okay.
I could have rolled a 4, and how disappointed Josh was in the idea of me not doing this.
I was very...
We go back to that calendar book. It's so weird.
It's so weird.
You put it on the shelf, walk into the stacks, and come back around to it. Yeah. No. Obviously, you are drawn back into the stacks with this pull just kind of following your heart as you make your way.
My
into
aggravation.
this outrage. Like, I will find this fucking book.
Listen to
You
your rage.
Find yourself
Let's go.
in a
She went looking for chronomancy, came back as a barbarian.
Ooh, barbarians. You find yourself in this like very textbook heavy section of the library. Everything is again the practical inversion of mechanics and bullshit like that. It is all highly scholarly wizard text, and one of them is very specifically about the manipulation or theoretical manipulation of time and space.
She takes it and goes to read it.
All right, my friends. So, you make your way back to the library and you get your various books. So we've got Salvator has been helping people. Sunshine has a book about these theoretical agencies, and Demi has chronoturgy or chronomancy, whichever one it is. Graviturgy, chronomancy. Aha! And Zahl, you have this strange draconic text, correct? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Starting with Sunshine, because you finished first.
The rest of us wandered.
You begin to peruse through this text, and it takes you a while. It's pretty dense rantings and ravings that make it initially quite permissible. And you're like, okay, no wonder this isn't taken very seriously. There is a lot of red pill bullshit in here, and conspiracy theorying. But eventually you begin to like filter through, and you do find a list of organizations that this figure believes to have had a play in geopolitics for a very long period of time. And they begin to kind of go on, and the Azure Mask is referenced in that. It's not a very, very in-depth review, but it posits that they operate in multiple cities across Flanace, under the directive of some larger unknown agency as sort of hands, agents to establish control or to manage targets, deal with very specific problematic figures.
So there's some sort of subsect, but it doesn't say of what?
It doesn't necessarily say subsect, but it does seem that they report into other individuals. There's a lot of ranting and raving about how far spread this agency is compared to most others, in that it does seem to have instances occurring or traces occurring in cities across the continent, whereas most special agencies operate under a government for a government.
Interesting.
The Scarlet Brotherhood is also referenced in there.
I was going to say, they're going to look for the Scarlet Brotherhood and the Society of the Serpent.
Okay. The Scarlet Brotherhood is referenced in there. Again, the ramblings sound more insane with consistent mentionings of menagerie keywords. That just makes it sound more ridiculous, as it kind of drives home this concept of a grand conspiracy seated across all national boundaries that you know to be factually accurate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that actually lends credence to it. I'm like, oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Would members of the are there details in this that would have been unknown to Sunshine? Like, are there figures listed? Like,
There
in terms of
are
the menagerie?
no names laid out. The problem is atypical of conspiracy theorists. There are elements that they touch upon that have validation, and then a lot of nonsense. Because I'm not going to get on the internet and tell people the conspiracy theorists are right, because they're not. But nonetheless, you get what I mean. There's elements where they touch upon... Oh, Sean's so mad at me.
People!
I've made him so mad because I don't believe the earth is flat.
But it is, though.
Get out. But yeah, so...
Please stop making me concerned for you.
Is the Society of the Serpent in there?
The Society of the Serpent is not.
Okay. All right. They will kind of close it and just look around at whoever's there. This feels... That doesn't exist. For whatever reason, the word Googling came into my head, and I feel very bad about it. I just set the book aside. I feel like I just Googled my first love, and I really probably shouldn't have. Now I want to know what she's doing.
I'm sorry, I'm reading so many large words, and is that a real word that you just used, or...?
I flick my comprehend languages. Can you say that word again? Sorry.
It's pronounced googling. Obviously.
The Count of Comprehend Language puts it out as...
Oh,
God.
dude!
I think I just hey, real quick, how about we just never say that word again? Let's never say that word again. That word is awful in my ears.
I'm so sorry.
You're good.
That word hurts.
You tried to cross the fourth wall and it nearly killed you.
I feel like 100%. I feel like at that point, Zahl puts his finger up to his ear and there's like a little bit of blood, and he's like, "I'm just gonna light myself." Takes for the first time in a long time. Takes that off and is like, "Okay, yep, that one sucks."
Dangerous word.
Yell at the bad guy when he knows all the languages. Oh God.
Googling.
I hate you.
Oh, this will be fun.
Does it still work when it's a different accent? Like Google?
I'm not putting it back on. For
it just says it with a French accent. It's still screeching, but in French.
There's 100% blood coming out of Zahl's ears at this point.
Oh no.
Oh,
I've lost my higher hearing function because of you all now.
Oh no.
He has
I can
tinnitus.
hear mosquitoes.
Ma.
Ma. Ma. Ma.
Okay, so Demi, you're Frank, right? You were next. Were you
I think it
next?
was all.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
was the last
Zahl,
one.
You're first. As you begin to look through your text, this appears to be a figure who claims Yuan-Ti heritage as somebody who fled that portion of the world to come to this portion of the world. Hello, Raiders. But they do claim Yuan-Ti heritage, and it does add some credence to the various narratives, which they do appear to be writing and not practiced in writing a book, so it's a little bit meandering. But it does touch upon a few facets of Yuan-Ti society. Brief and a little confusing to determine, but with the comprehend languages, it helps.
Well, I also have Eyes of the Runekeeper, so I can read any language.
That's true. It's more the way that it's written. Grammatically, it's a little bit unpracticed, even for the language, which makes that convert a little strangely.
Gotcha.
So it does talk about basically a very weird hierarchical structure that the Yuan-Ti tend to follow based on blood purity, which inverts itself weirdly. It discusses the quote-unquote purebloods being the standard citizenry of the population, with abominations being creatures that are the most steeped in this blood, living thousands of years, but being the least capable of managing civilized behaviors, unless there is a middle breed called a half-breed, which dictates and governs most of society.
So it's like the more monstrous you are, essentially, the more power you wield in society.
Funnily enough, no. The place that
it-
meets in the middle is the one that took control.
Okay.
A certain extent of embracing this takes you beyond the ability to
Gotcha.
react and behave, and the society has adjusted itself to embrace that and make it a part of its political structure.
Okay.
It also touches upon points of religious worship, and that is where you find the two names in reference to temple sites, not cities.
Okay. And those are the two places that I looked up. They're both temples. So they have different symbols on the... I gotcha.
Yeah. That's what you get out of it.
Awesome. And I think Zahl, because like we're all back in like that middle area, and you definitely see Zahl at random points laying in different positions in this chair where he's not ever sitting up straight.
Down with the book.
Yeah, at one point upside down reading it, at another point is like hanging over the thing, and then all of a sudden like laying across the two arms and like has the book on the ground and goes, "Oh, so those two places where it looks like the pieces are temples."
Oh.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes me feel better or worse.
Temples to what?
I'm gonna probably bet Seth, but that also means the Black Isle could have been a temple.
Interesting.
Or an old temple at some point.
Yeah.
That
would make a triangle.
That would make a triangle.
Oh,
And there is a temple between those 2 points to the north.
Wait, what?
In the middle of that lake, there is another temple of some kind or some sort of marked on the map.
But if you look at the map, those two symbols are different. So that's why I wonder.
Right, but that's in the center of the triangle, is all. Big
between the two.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, no, good point. Possibly.
That is Zoxus.
Not on
Do
the
I
map, not
have
on
I
the reading.
seen Zoxus in the book at all?
As you begin to flip through looking for it, spending a little bit more time, Zoxus is referenced. It is the capital of the empire.
That's not a temple. That's the capital.
We shouldn't go there.
Yeah, Zal's 100% in a
We might
new
not have a
position.
choice.
We might not.
That's probably what Seth is, if I'm betting.
That's
Most-
where you think Seth is.
I'd bet. I mean, think about the location. It's away from everything. It is an
So I
isolated.
think that's where your mother is.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
That's where I think he is too. Not trying to be gross, but thinking like him. That's his prize. Why would he stray away from her?
Possibly just found where your mother's located.
Yep.
Oh,
All right. Seth might be there as well, yes.
that would be bad.
That would be very bad.
Fun thing, if we use the compass if we just continue orienteering and using that compass, we could use Find the Path to find Sophia, don't you think?
We definitely could.
Probably.
We'd have to have a piece of that place. Is this a piece of Sophia or
Well,
the item itself?
it's her weapon.
Well, you also use her magic.
Do you think
Perhaps
that's where that little thing was from?
It's also not just
That
her.
little statue?
Where? Oh, probably.
Because wasn't the statue in chains?
And there was another half to it, which is probably.
Do you
Seth.
think your mother is like on display or something? That
I-
people are
Honestly,
aware?
probably gonna bet she is. Because, I mean, thinking about all the information over the last few days and looking at everything, it would make sense that she was sent here for some type of penance because she's told me that she did something that she doesn't want me to know about because it's something very bad. It would make sense that the thing would probably be, I don't know, possibly, like, bad enough to get her sent to here for a while. Right? So she gets here, this dickhead of a savagery force decides, I want a prize, and picks her because she's a very powerful Archon.
Or he was the task.
Maybe. Like, fix what's happening down there because, like, you fucked up here. And so she...
Or fucked up down there.
All fucked up down there. True. Very
You
true.
never know.
But then he creates the Ostasenka, breaks it into 3 pieces, hides it in 3 different temples. Makes it so
You
that...
think he created the Ostasenker, not a Celestial?
I think it has to do something with Celestia, but I don't know because...
I wonder who takes over the 4th level when your mother's gone.
Yeah, I do too. Because the thing is, and I think Zahl brings out the Ostasenka. I saw her when I was in that weird space with the demon thing. Hers was pure, not black like this, and he's like showing off the marbling of it, the black marbling in it. There was no corruption to it, so he had to do something to it at least. But
Like maybe if you put it all together, it will be fixed and then go back to whatever it is.
or take it to her and she draws the darkness out. I don't know. We live in a very weird world.
Interesting question.
Either way, we have 3 stops.
Mm-hmm.
If she was sent here to do penance, usually that isn't pure punishment, that's a task. What would happen if she were able to leave this place without doing the task?
That wouldn't be much of a penance.
Precisely.
Yeah, but being locked up for quite a long time.
How do we know how long Sophia has been locked up?
However long that rod's been around.
Because
No,
it's
no.
interesting to think about the fact that, I mean, I know that they must live, like, what, immortal? I don't know.
Probably.
Angels, who knows? But no one cares that she's just been gone? Like, no one thought to...
Not
they
if she
can
was sent on
obviously-
purpose.
They can
I do-
obviously get down here. You'd think the task would be important and that they'd want it done.
Exactly how long has the machine of death been broken?
Fuck, you're right. No one up there cares. No one up or down cares.
Also, I mean,
Or down or around cares.
think about our giant friend. I mean, time doesn't perceive the same for him because he kind of just lives through it all. So to them, this could be a day because they live forever.
Your mother obviously doesn't think it feels like a day.
Well, because she's trapped experiencing every day. But if you're in a different place, like, you probably wouldn't see it the same.
You know how you can talk to your mom? Or you could.
Yeah.
I know that I was just thinking when we were talking to Tally. Do you think that you or someone, not me, but someone could pray to another Archon and see if they'd talk to him? I don't know. I just
Paul's face, 110%. You see him go, I don't know. You would know because you've known him long enough. He's lying to you. He's thought about it. He's 100% thought about it.
It's just a thought. I mean,
Yeah.
what's the worst they can do? Not answer? Like, congrats. Half of the gods do that.
Just, I'm fucking accurate. Yeah. No.
I wonder if you have any older brothers.
I mean,
or sisters.
sits loudly and I like I don't
You
fuck
mean
with
by an
deity.
optical-
As if she's adopted other people over
Are you the
time.
first?
I
Or
don't
does
know.
this happen before to someone else who failed?
Well, I asked Ashi one time, and Ashi basically said he didn't know because technically he's part of my energy, not hers. It's like a feedback loop. That's how he's able to do that charge up thing. Is like
So
it's a feedback.
So no one
This
knows.
might be.
She'll know.
It's true.
You were the first that had happened sometime in the last 50 years. How old are you?
How old do you think I am?
50.
I'm not
Is that
50.
correct?
Salvator,
I'm not 50 at all.
we're all younger than you.
A
We
lot
talked
younger.
about this.
I don't know.
I'm 29.
Interesting. All right. I'll try and remember that this time.
It's fine. I think
So, if you are the first, it would have happened.
Demi knows how old
Somewhere in that.
Zahl is, right?
Yeah, we've talked about it. Salvator just doesn't listen.
The last time he said his age, it was 28.
This is very much Sean playing his
Hey,
character.
Parker,
Oh.
the last time Zahl said his age, it was 28. It was not
So
29.
he also skipped his birthday.
I didn't skip it. I just didn't tell you.
Well, that's skipping.
See? Yeah.
Demi, with her keen mind, clocks that and goes, "We'll talk about that later." Okay. So we have places on the map then.
Yep.
Places to go.
Yep.
Oh God,
Also,
how are we
Talks
getting
about their
there?
hierarchy, which is going to be a problem.
Why?
Because essentially it's like the easiest terms is like they go off of like a blood rating. So
Gross.
it's pretty gross. So essentially like pure bloods, which is I believe what I am. I'm not sure. I've never seen another UNT, so I don't know how to judge it off of them. But like essentially pure blooded people are like the standard citizen folk, whereas somebody that is a little more on the snake-ish side is the hierarchy, and then you have on the other side of that the people that are completely monstrous or they're around but they're not any type of like importance. You know what I mean?
It's like the Aristotelian mean between two extremes. Or Goldilocks.
And to be clear, it's not that those what were categorized as abominations, not my language.
I'm really glad Sean's face was the same as mine.
It's not that they are irrelevant to society, it's that they are incapable of
Yeah.
leadership. But their power is considered impressive.
It's not a power scaling; it's a governing ability.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That seems highly flawed.
They didn't have any like descriptions,
class
so you could
systems
figure out what you are.
Were there descriptions to figure out what I
Also,
would classify as?
There were not.
Is it half breed?
If we see something on the most,
Is that their
sneaky
version of
kind
like
thing,
half elf, like a half?
I was about
half
to
something?
say.
Like-
Ew.
I mean, it said half breed, which I assume is something along the lines of like, I don't know, maybe like a
like
mermaid,
split down the middle,
maybe
like
like a mermaid
maybe up the
situation
chest.
where like the top half's a snake, but the bottom half has legs, or like the reverse, where the bottom
I
half has
would-
a snake tail, but the top half has.
What if it was a snake body, but with one human arm and one leg?
History check?
It's
I just
possible.
can we just
That'd
can I
be-
roll a
that'd be
history
cool.
check to see
That'd
like
be
if I've
pretty cool.
That'd be
ever
really cool.
heard a
No, that'd be
UNT
pretty great.
described
That's what I.
Before?
Yeah, I mean, you could.
other than him?
Go ahead. Did you guys just describe Trogdor the Burninator, by the way?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think they
Who?
did. Yeah,
Oh wait, who?
Trogdor
Trogdor!
the Burninator.
that went out of my
Alright.
No
face.
idea who that is.
Oh, really? I'll send a
Oh!
picture later.
It's very good. 27.
27. Again, you went.
Are there any like described in like stories? Like, are they described as monstrous? Like, what?
There are snake-like
Ooh.
individuals in many different ways, shapes, and forms described in stories.
What? Oh yeah.
That's true. In stories, in regards to Yuan-Ti, most of them where they're directly posited as Yuan-Ti are described similar to Zahl, as if the other ones don't necessarily engage with
Okay.
the outside world so much.
Assholes.
Okay.
Not that any of them do a lot.
Can't believe it.
I ask Zahl to hold the Ossus anchor.
Sure.
Okay.
Can I have that for a second?
Yeah, sure.
Great.
We
And
teleporting
she's
now?
no.
Are you gonna
And
hook up
she's-
wires to it?
She
You
sits
already kinda
down.
went through that.
Shh.
Negative.
That's not how my magic works, and you know it. All
Gotcha.
right. She's gonna sit down in like the little middle of the sitting area that is there.
Okay.
And she's going to okay, let's see. Okay, so she's going to do that and then take out the incense that she has and lay it like around. What I'm picturing is like, you know how you have that like Ouroboros on your like thing? It's like the incense is laid out in a way that that's the shape around the Ostis anchor.
Cool.
And then she pulls out this tiny little, essentially it's a thumb piano that she crafted forever ago. That's the marble, and it's a little tiny instrument. And she just totally blocks everybody out and starts sitting there looking at the Ostis anchor and playing like a little tiny tune. Then, and what I'm picturing is, and Josh, do as you will, what I'm picturing is the like smoke off of the incense starts to move around her in the way that the blue energy moves around her when she's in that that plane that she looks for things. And what I'm imagining is her picturing so it says like name or describe a person, place, or object. I'm thinking specifically of the names, like specifically like the main city that we were just talking about. The capital city. I'm picturing the capital city and trying to think about
Zahaskas? Sorry.
Yeah, I think that she's gonna. Well, actually,
That's weirdly close to Zahl's name.
Or
she's actually gonna try the temple, the one that we were closest to getting right, the one that starts with a Y. That one.
So you're focusing on
the
city.
Yatahai-less.
So
I think I'm gonna go for the
contextual
temple.
information that you're trying to bring in as you cast this, correct?
Yes.
For the spell?
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
I'm focusing on the anchor, but I'm thinking of that temple, and anything that it might relate to that. And the way that Demi thinks about it is she's trying to weave her way through essentially the smoke goes around her and she closes her eyes and she pictures that harmonic plane that she sees everything in. And she is trying to, here we go again. She's trying to sift through echoes of stories and echoes of spoken word and like tales that might have been forgotten or whatever into that.
As you begin to cast this spell, those of you watching Demi as she closes her eyes, this smoke begins to form around her, Demi, exactly as you described. Around you, Demi, exactly as you described, in this swirling mist that grows and grows, the incense turning into this almost bluish-hued kind of incense, and it forms out, circling around Demi like the eye of a storm. And then it begins to get more and more blue, and begin to saturate into these undulating harmonic patterns that you have seen manifesting on the prime material plane now, but you have seen, thank you guys, I appreciate your patience, but you have seen being teleported through the harmonic plane as the plane is pulled out around Demi as she focuses on this item, the smoke kind of casting out over where the Ostis anchor sits until there is a field around Demi that is about 5 feet in radius, so a total of 10 feet in diameter. And then those harmonics begin to shift, Demi, as your eyes open, as the spell begins to take. And they undulate with rhythms, these echoes, as you reach through time, these beats of history. And all of a sudden, one undulates abruptly, and from it forms a full image rendered in this shifting harmonic pattern. You see in this image, and it strangely is comprised of no sound at all, a winged figure, fairly female in form, sits upon a throne. Before her, cast out, there are figures, countless, kneeled before them, awaiting something. The figure stands and points, and that figure dissipates. She does it again, and the figure dissipates. She does it again, and the figure dissipates. And then her hand lands on a fourth figure, and she takes pause. And the pause is long. And the image shudders and drops as that happens. And there's a moment of undulation, and a second image forms. And this time, the figure stands away from her phone, or her throne. Another figure, similar in form, tall with sweeping wings, stands hand outstretched at this figure, and then points to a small figure, again akin to the ones who were kneeling before, accusatorily. And the figure that you believe to be Pistis Sophia bows, almost in apology, as if they have failed to complete a task. The large accusatory figure summons to its hand a spear. And there is a shuddering. The image falls. And a third image, manifests. It is an image of this winged angel figure, the original from atop the throne, pierced by the spear through the torso, falling through the sky. And impacting on an unknown foreign land, all cast in this strange blue hue. It shudders again, and you see this figure now standing on a battlefield. The same spear that had pierced her in her hand, guiding small figures in conflict against other figures. The image shudders again, and she is locked with this massive, undulating serpentine figure, and drives them back, and drives them back again. The image shudders and fails again, and then reforms, and this serpentine figure has the spear in its hand, and it shatters the anchor, casting it out in this dramatic throw, the pieces in different directions across the land around it. And with that, the image fades, finally dissipating.
What on earth was going through your head that made that happen?
There's a lot going through my head at all times.
That's why I ask. That doesn't usually happen.
I wanted to see if there was any legend that was lost to time. Word of mouth as a...
Legend regarding what?
Sophia. I believe we just saw Sophia. I was looking into the anchor. I think your mother once fought with a spear that threw her to this plane.
Zahl wipes a tear from the corner of his eye and is just like, yeah.
She hands the Ostasaker bag. We have to put it back together.
It's a lock and a key.
I think it's her power. She can't complete her task until it's back.
And Seth stole it from her and broke it, so that she could never complete her task.
I wonder which Archon threw her.
I wonder why. They just pointed at that small figure.
It looked as though, to me, that she failed in leading. It looked like she was supposed to pass judgment and couldn't on the last one.
Something made her stop.
She faltered.
I wonder who that was.
Dude. Right. Yeah.
Pretty sure I will need more incense to do that again. That was a lot of smoke manipulation.
We can always go back to the component shop. Not a problem.
Right.
Somewhere in the other part of the city, there is a sign being posted up that says "No Salvator."
Talbot's walking in next to it.
No,
I'm looking at a few things.
I 100% think that it's just a Dragonborn face, and people are like, that's not okay. And it's like, no, I didn't mean it like that. Like, this one is a dick.
Looks like a no Dragonborn.
No!
Get the establishment closed down.
Ugh,
We
that's
ruined her
discrimination.
career 'cause she hates Salvatore that much. She ruins herself.
So, Ostis is perhaps the person who... not the person, the Archon who stabbed your mother in the 2nd Division.
Possibly.
If it's that person's anchor.
Or could be a descriptor, who knows?
Or
Right.
a descriptor of the anchor, possibly. Like a holy descriptor.
I mean, it's not as if we can just... Even if it was, that would just tell us which Archon not to pray to.
True.
Hi, hello, we're trying to, undo this.
What
I
do
mean,
did?
why? Asking why. Why did this happen? Why was this done?
She failed in some way.
But I think
And if
the
our
way in
whole
which-
job is to judge, which is interesting.
She judges and doesn't lie.
Did she lie?
She can't lie, I don't think, but she's... Okay, something about myself that I should probably talk about. Lying isn't that hard. Lying is actually very easy if you look at it the right way. You just don't give people the information they want. You give them something close to it, and you trick them into believing it. That's all a lie really is.
Right.
So if you don't lie, you get really good at understanding how to not give people the right information without telling them, by telling them the truth, but just not all of it.
But if
A
you,
lie of omission.
as you've just stated, that is still technically a lie. So she would not be able to do that either.
Is it though? It's for the perspective that you see it's a lie.
You
For
said a
them.
lie is not giving people the information they need.
I suppose it
The
entirely
information they
depends
want.
on how Celestia determines a lie.
We should ask
Yes, it's
Pal-
an interesting semantic question.
We should ask, can you ask Hello?
Sure.
What?
Dear Lord of the Sun, if you get this, please call me back. Mr. Salvatore, sorry. Don't know if you can hear me. My soul is a bit preoccupied at the moment.
So,
One of your archons.
I
has been
think
missing
maybe
from the fourth level of
Salvatore-
Celestia. I'm sorry, I'm praying. If you could stop. One of your archons is missing from the 4th level of Celestia. If you could check on that. Let us know
contact
what's
other
happening.
plane is just Warlock
I'm
and
just
Wizard,
praying.
correct?
You just sit there
Yeah.
praying. Good.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about contact other plane button.
Okay.
Sending, you have to roll to see if it reaches another plane.
I'm
I know
just
that much.
Praying. No
I know.
magic. No nothing. Just good old-fashioned prayer.
It's
yeah, you don't get an
Heptamon.
answer.
What?
The name that we got, the
Heb-
top of the order for the tome Archons was like Heb something?
Heb-
Hebdamon?
Amon.
Heb-
Hebdamon.
Hebdmona, I believe. I'll send you the exact spelling.
Hebdama. Okay.
Hebdomad. Here it is.
I don't believe I'm the correct person to reach out, but I just a thought, or we move forward with the information we have and just see if maybe putting that back together and rescuing your mother means that she can fulfill her task. It's also completely possible that they sent her down here with what would be considered an impossible task.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Perhaps you can ask her when we get there.
Yep. That's what I was. I'm gonna go in the hallway and just kind of
Okay,
think about things.
that's fair.
And Zahl's gonna walk out in the hallway. And Josh, I'd like to close my eyes when the door closes.
Okay.
And I'm gonna do a quick shout out to Hebdamon.
Try.
Be like, "Hi, This is strange if you can hear me, but I assume you. Right. So Pistis Sophia's son.
You know my mom.
You know my mom. No. Was wondering if you could give me context to why she's trapped on this plane currently. If not, that's fine. But it's nice to know that at least family is somewhere in New World. Not my family, but you know what my adoptive family. I already have a found I'm gonna stop talking. And I think Zahl just kind of sits there and is just processing, because he just hasn't had time to just sit and process.
Okay. And you are given lots of time to process because you do not receive an answer.
Yeah, it's valid. Makes sense. But yeah, he's just kind of, I think... Oh yeah, I mean, Zahl was gonna do it, and so it's like, it makes sense for him.
It makes total sense, 100%.
But yeah, I think Zahl just kind of sits in the corner and is just kind of nodding after literally seeing why his mom is on this plane. Okay. That wasn't me this time. That usually is me.
I think it was Bun. Was it Bun?
This was me.
It was Parker? I'm sorry, Bun.
It was me. I dropped my notebook.
How dare you?
I went to make notes.
Of you, you're reading a textbook.
I am. I feel like she just like cleans up what she was doing and puts her little thing back and is like, I just did that.
That was amazing. They head out to the hallway and
Thank
sit
you.
next to Zahl silently.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Now I have to focus.
Now,
again.
You get back into reading. Salvator, I assume you have things to preoccupy yourself with at all times.
I'm reading the calendar book that's all about time magic.
Okay.
Picking up on that.
You learn the very distinct way that Goliath track time, which is based on a process of... it was the founding myth is that somebody skipped a stone so hard that it counted out the number of days in a year, and then they developed a calendar off of it.
I'm not gonna lie, that's really cool. Like, that's actually like genuinely really cool.
Thanks, I made it up.
That's a genuinely cool idea.
That one interaction, if somebody could clip it, is just us the entire campaign. That's really cool. Josh, thanks, I made it up.
Conundrum Company. Every Saturday.
Okay, so as you begin to dive into this textbook, it is really heavy, Demi.
Oh no!
And very wizardy.
I am very weak.
And you have... I don't expect them from you, and when they do happen, it hurts.
No!
In the best way.
Okay.
Yeah. So, as you're beginning to read this, fortunately, you have stolen wizard books from corpses before and flicked through them.
I absolutely have.
So, you have at least some familiarity with the way that their strange, contrived minds work.
Yeah.
You also spend a fair amount of time with one.
Yeah.
So you kind of
so close to insane.
Pick at this. Make an investigation check for me as you begin to try and pull things from this. The thing that's unique here is that arcane theory isn't your thing, and it would take decades of study to understand it. So what you're doing here is trying to pull out pieces of information that might apply to you.
I never do this, but can I summon Bims and have the help action? Can I have moral support?
For perception on a book?
For investigation, I know.
I don't think... Any other time, yes. On this one, I don't think so.
I never do this.
And I did the same thing to Adam, so I
That's fair. Not super fair. Okay.
Sorry.
I'm not going to roll this one. I'm going to roll this one.
That is valid.
This one's been nice to me. Okay.
Come on, dice.
Bloody 20.
Okay. What?
Which is not great.
Chronoturgy is a fairly new study. The manipulation of time, again, is not a traditional magic. It is something new that is being delved in and developed as you speak. It is beginning to be. Initially, it was the use of other schools of magic that were believed to be the source of this. But it is beginning to be defined as its own school of magic more and more readily over the last 100 to 200 years or so. There is regular reference to Dwarmage in regards to this magic school.
He's a dick.
He is a dick. As you continue to delve into this, you kind of pull out those little bits of historic context. But is there any specific information that you're looking for?
I think because they said it was like, you said that it was originally thought to be like drawn from other forms of magic.
It was an application of abjuration and enchantment and divination, particularly, in a way to manipulate it, but it has become more and more apparent. Similarly, then they make reference to this regularly to graviturgy, which again is being applied now in the world. Chronomancy is more problematic because the residual outcomes of graviturgy are more tangible than chronomancy. It's regularly juxtaposed to divination, which again is severely problematic from a reality perspective.
Yeah, and the spell that Demi dealt with was ignoring legend lore, but for teleport was conjuration, which is different. I guess she's looking for, like, if there are any instances of it, like, not with wizards, like it being, like, bards or something. Like, she knows that it's not, like, a commonplace thing for it to be, like, bards don't talk about how they do magic, but, like, she's looking for, like, instances and seeing if she can draw any kind of conclusion on, like, what went wrong / right to have done that.
There is no direct correlation to any other sort of magic schools, and again, bardism isn't a school of magic, right? There is reference to other creatures that influence time and space.
Like what?
Dragons.
Okay.
Deific creatures where time doesn't apply to them. It also does reference that there do appear to be planes, the astral being one, where time does not move the same in any way, shape, or form. In fact, it appears to be nigh irrelevant and yet immeasurably important in those spaces simultaneously. People do not age in them, and yet eons can pass. Depending upon where you are in the plane. So it kind of suggests that time is not applied evenly.
Okay.
And the contexts for that can be environmental, or physical, or mental, or cognitive.
While I'm looking at all of this, is it possible that I can roll an Arcana check to see, like, to think back on the harmonic plane?
Absolutely.
And, like, think about the correlation? Because they're talking about, like, certain planes not...
Absolutely.
With time not affecting, and since she just did legend lore and, like, looked back through a bunch of that...
Arcana for me, just to add any proficiency you've got there, or expertise.
Okay. 16 plus 4. Slutty 20.
As you're poring over this book, you're reading all of this heavy, heavy literature. Some of it goes over your head. This is Salvator's stuff. Some of it you dive into.
He's reading a children's book right now, so...
But one word keeps manifesting to the surface. Again and again and again, these wizards use the word tempo.
Oh, okay.
And you begin to understand tempo is something that you inherently control as a bard through the way that you cast magic. And you begin to get a strand along those lines. You're not certain where you're going to take that, but there is a key there. Tempo. Rhythm.
Okay. And she's reading this as her keen mind keeps a steady tempo in her head.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay. Just for shits and giggles, because she would do this, is there any mention at all of Jinn of any kind or the elemental planes and magic with time?
There is not, actually.
She's happy about that. Okay. Cool. So she'll like flip to the parts of the book that she thought were important, and then she will walk over and put this very large book in front of Salvator and essentially start pointing out like the things that she thinks draw connections and being like, this word means what? What are they saying? And she'll just try and understand the sentences that she thinks are important better with using the wizard that...
You get some wizard help to delve
Yeah,
into this.
essentially.
Okay.
So she's just like, what's this mean?
I
Not
will
that she expects to get anything more from it. She just mostly would double check with him.
I will say with Salvator's tutelage here, I'm not even going to make a roll. Like, you do begin to understand a little bit of the theory that wizards utilize to this, and Salvator yourself as well, right? It's not an in-depth dive. This is a book that you're reading in a couple hours. These are things that take study for tens of years, right? Like, but you do get some basic theory on how that weave might be manipulated, and Salvator, with the context of divination, there are similarities in those spaces, where you tend to punch through space and grab an answer to bring back to you. This reaches through with a projection of oneself.
This is an effect, not just a glimpse.
Yes.
Interesting.
But with all of that solved, you do finish your time at the library as you realize you have spent the rest of the day here. Where are you headed, my friends? I'm sorry. Sunshine, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Would you like a hug?
It'd be nice.
They're just out in the hallway, just giving him a hug for a while. It's going to be okay.
Mm-hmm. I
Hello.
know. I have you all, which is, you know, my real family.
And she has you. She's
True.
very lucky.
I mean, true. It's just... It has to suck to be trapped like that for so long and then not be able to tell, you know, the person that you rely on all of this and have them for so long just kind of not do anything good with the power that they're given.
I refuse to let you blame yourself for the situation she is in. Do you understand
I don't blame
me?
myself for her situation. I blame myself for what I did. To not really help.
You didn't have context. You didn't know that she was in that situation.
True.
How could you have possibly known if she didn't share it with you?
Not wrong, but
It's not your responsibility to be omnipotent. Now that you have that knowledge, look at you. Look at how much you care.
yeah, but still, I don't know. It's weird. I used to pray to her like a god, and I still think she is one in her own right. I mean, hell, she's lived here for thousands of years.
She's
minimum.
undeniably powerful.
True. And the fact that she literally fought through a war with the Yuan-Ti. That's... Yeah. But, no, I'll be fine. How are you? Because I'm not gonna lie, I've been wanting to ask a lot of questions about what happened the other day when you were a cat and then you kind of disappeared for a while and Ashi could not find you. You must be really good at hiding.
Oh, sneaky.
Oh, thank you, Ashi. It's easier to be sneaky when you are a cat.
Or invisible.
That too. I don't usually have that trick.
He believes he's been very profound.
If you need to be invisible, you can just ask. I got you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I wasn't being very communicative.
Valid.
I found out that my first love is performing at the Blue Visage, and I decided to go and look for her. And I found her.
And we're going to go see her tonight.
We are going to see her perform. I believe it's tomorrow, correct?
Is
Is it tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah.
Never
Today's
mind.
still the 22nd.
I don't know anything. Don't worry about it.
You know
Oh,
everything.
you're good.
I know nothing.
She's
Don't smell.
performing tomorrow. She's an incredibly talented dancer.
Really, that's
She weaves magic in ways like Demi. I don't understand it. I never will.
We've met somebody like that before.
You do not look pleased about it.
They weren't a great person. That person wasn't specifically, but I'm sure your first love is a lovely individual. Am I supposed to keep this a secret? I don't.
No.
Okay, I just.
No,
wanted to
you
make
just.
sure.
No, I appreciate you asking.
I don't know. With this group, I could say, my name is Carl, and somebody would be like, "That's a secret. Don't tell anybody." And I just don't. I have to make sure most of the time.
Oh, I appreciate you checking. I appreciate you getting consent and caring.
Of course, I care about you. I mean,
I care about you.
But yeah, I can't wait to see. Can I have the name? I feel weird referring to them as your first love. I feel like that's a
she
weird
goes
state.
by Talina. Talina these days.
Beautiful name. Then I can't wait to see Talina perform.
I'm very excited myself.
It
I
will
watched
be-
her develop this dance. It's called Broken Harp. And do you know what she did?
What?
We were initially trained by this man who insisted we all play instruments. She broke the harp over his head and ran out, and I followed her. She's a little badass.
That honestly doesn't shock me as much as you think it should shock me. That makes yep. Mm-hmm. Did you? I don't. Could you do the? I don't know the thing.
No, I couldn't. I don't know how this happened.
Oh.
I couldn't when I lost my memory. When I came to, about 10 months later, I was all scarred the fuck up, and my echo started leading me out of there.
Well, we'll have to figure out what happened in those 10 months.
I would like to know.
Makes sense. But thank you for sitting with me. I appreciate it.
Of course. It's going to be all right.
Yep, it will
But those
be.
two smarties.
They're in there fucking theorizing all over the place.
Yeah.
Like, I do wonder, because like we haven't seen Talvasaur yet. And I'm scared that he's done something bad in the city.
There's a giant Talvasaur.
Talvasaur is
Kidding,
the Godzilla
Sean, I'm
of
sorry.
this place.
I was gonna say.
How did that happen?
Completely under Sean's control. I'm just
Talvasaur's day off. It's Ferris Bueller,
It's
but
like
it's just a
yeah.
Talvasaur.
It's the Tales from Bossing saying.
So,
no.
I will say, guys, as you kind of wrap this up, you make your way out into the city. Is there a place you're wanting to stay tonight?
What's the one that we haven't gone to yet?
The last... You have not stayed at
There was
the
another
King's
one.
Stable, I believe. I believe that's what it's called. Let me check.
Well, it's because we're not horses.
Yeah, we get confused.
For
Shame
yourself.
on me. So there is
I mean, I can be.
Otto's,
Are you
and the Stable of Kings is the third.
Do we want to try another place and hopefully Salvator can have a room?
Absolutely.
Oh, hopefully it doesn't smell like
Hey, oh,
tree.
to the theater?
That's tomorrow.
But we'd be right there.
Oh,
Perfect.
That's what I'm saying.
wonderful.
Okay. So you make your way using the shields across the city, and then walk back down through the Beggar's Quarter. I will move the map. Sorry. I'm impressed that you guys remembered where the King's Town was. I didn't even have a map in front of you. You're
Because you
smarter than me.
explained- I'm gonna be honest. You explained the section, and I was like, I get how this works now.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad the city's planning makes
I was like,
sense.
they're making fun of kings. That's that section of the city. So
It's very sound logic.
It's this is the inn where most royalty is asked to stay, rather than being granted places at the city. If they don't have an embassy, then this is their place of stay. As you approach, the bridge here that reaches across the lake towards the citadel, I'm sorry, I just did that, is kind of erupts from the bank, and the slope continues down to the edge of the water. It is 50 feet above the water. And the slope that leads down to the water and even cuts underneath the bridge, there are pens and paddocks. And as you kind of cross by, you take note of a incredible number of different and varied creatures penned within there. Quite exotic looking mount-sized beasts. Steeds radiating sort of these fiery manes and various large... Some of the ram creatures that the Yazgi Din use are penned.
Is there a water horse?
There is
Just asking.
not, actually. Sorry. Barbara.
Good. I'm glad that I'm not going to steal anything. Go on.
Oh shit! Excuse
I
me.
am going to. Are any of these beasts?
Let me. I'll
That's
roll
a
afterwards.
great question.
A lot of them are beasts. I
Okay.
will roll afterwards to see what you see because I don't have it in front
Sweet.
of me.
Okay, valid. Yeah.
Full transparency here.
What
Yes.
can I be?
There
The
are.
hell's a chocobo?
There's this big bird. Yeah.
It's a Bocacho, so we don't get.
Bocacho. Yes.
Don't get
Bocachos
complicated.
now exist. Thank you.
There's a tug.
There's.
Hey!
You've never seen
We
one
know
out of the
that one.
water? They
Molly.
do not work well out of the water.
It's so
All
angry.
legs.
It's like one of those crabs with 1,000.
So many limbs.
They just do not know what to do with those long, gangly legs. But you see all these exotic creatures. You're pretty sure what might be nightmares or something like that is penned in one seed. You see tall fences in places.
I might steal something.
You
Yeah.
see griffins that are harnessed and tethered.
might.
There are quite a few
He loves-
impressive steeds penned up. And as you begin to approach, this inn is gorgeous. It really is overly done. As you make your way in,
I prestidigitate us very clean and also change into my fancy outfit.
you walk in, and it is
like, the
the
semi-formal.
weirdest experience. Because clearly the circle has had, or somebody in the circle has had their hand in this. It is beautiful. It is ornate with lavish sofas, well done carpets. However, you can see kind of an eating area and a bar. Again, well equipped, very pretty. But the doors are stable doors
Yeah.
that are set up along all the inns. And there's this ironic, they're full doors, but crafted to look exactly like stable doors, complete with the ability to swing open on one side. Or in half. As you approach, let me get y'all the proprietor.
This is very sassy.
Okay, bets on who did it.
Ooh.
Bets. Salvator, you have the most information on them. Go. Who do you think made the stable?
Who? Out of the 8?
Of the 8? Which one do you think?
Josh, do I know?
Funnily enough, Salvatore, what you know is that nobody will claim to it because it directly spits in the eye of every monarch that has ever approached this city.
Guesses. Best guesses, and then maybe we ask Nistel.
Best guesses.
Best guess.
Mordenkainen.
Okay. 5 on Mordenkainen.
Mordenkainen does not have a sense of humor.
Okay. Go
Precisely.
Salvatore. Go Salvatore.
No, that's the point, though. It's not supposed to be humorous. It is a spit in the face of...
But it's a funny one.
It's a funny one.
Yeah, it's like Salvatore. He doesn't understand how humor works.
Salvatore, who's your guess? Who's your guess?
I'm gonna blame everything on Bucknerd.
Okay.
That's valid.
All right,
That's
we're going
valid.
5 in on everything, right? 5. Sunshine.
I'm just going to guess Nistel because I think it's very cute.
Perfect. I'm going to guess Otto. All right,
That's
everyone
a
has
very
their
good
guesses. I immediately send to Nistel.
Yes!
I have a very strange question. Who did this wonderful stable in? Please be honest. Sworn to secrecy, just like everything else.
I am not able to give you the answer to that question, and you were not the first person that has asked.
I use
sorry.
another sending. Nistel!
You don't
We
get
have-
an answer.
We have a money bet on this.
What's the matter?
He
You need an
won't
answer.
say. He won't say.
I'll never tell you.
I feel like it
Yeah.
makes him more... I can't decide if that makes him more or less likely to be who did it.
I just...
No, it makes him very much in trouble currently and trying to stay out of more.
Hey, Agra,
Salvatore, you know
Oh,
what you have to do.
right.
You have to become a member and then find out for us.
ask Agra.
Can do.
Right there.
Oh, right.
Be right back.
Hey, Grax. How about you? Anything? You reading our lips this time?
By the way, yeah, he saw that.
No
whole
answer.
conversation.
Sorry, Sean.
Please.
I go to find
curious.
Salvator.
Okay. Where is Talsavor? You tell me.
What happened when he went into the component store after they put the sign up?
He was kindly asked to leave. Does he leave?
If he was kindly asked, sure.
Yes, he was kindly asked to leave when they realized for a second time that he didn't have any money or reason to be there.
I was just browsing. What, I can't browse in it? Oh, all right, fine. He just leaves.
I think he might be bored, she says to one of the other, like, he's just walking around the city.
Sort of strolling around. He slept here on the streets.
Oh no!
Because he doesn't have any money. It's like,
5 gold.
He's 5 gold.
He could have stayed in the tree.
It's like going to New York with like $15.
He could have stayed in the tree.
Room for the night? No.
He slept
Okay.
with a blanket of ragamuffins over him.
It's just a door at the edge of an alley that he slept in. Instead of prop, he just didn't have a room. He's just going to be meandering around that district, though,
Okay.
waiting for either some sort of sign to follow the group back or another alleyway in which to sleep for the night.
Are you vocalizing that you're looking for him?
When Salvatore said he left just now, that's what he was going to do.
Did he say I'm going? He said I'm going to
He
look.
said he'd go to try and get into the Circle of the Eight.
But I wouldn't have come with you.
Just now.
To find him.
Oh my god, I love it.
But I'm just going to start flying around different parts of the city.
It's a big city and it takes some time, but you're familiar with it and you're familiar with yourself.
What I would do.
Yeah, if you don't have any money, you would find it out. So you track him down within about an hour. You're able to find him.
Knock on the door. Have him follow me back to the group. Actually, both fly. Haha!
Okay. Because you're badasses. You fly your way back while Salvatore is retrieving Talsavor. You guys see, sitting at the front of this inn, there is a kind of middle-aged looking, what seems to be elven-featured individual. She has long braided gray hair in this massive single braid, again, that falls like down to the back of her knees, and these very dark, almost jet black obsidian eyes. Her skin is this vibrant pink color, and she is wearing riding attire, including riding pants and riding boots. She's hello, welcome.
Hello there.
Howdy.
Nice to meet you.
Lovely to
Looking
meet you.
for
What's your name?
rooms?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Eris Gramiel. Pleased to meet you, and you?
Lovely to meet you. My name's Sunshine.
Sunshine.
Demi.
Oh.
Demi is all wonderful. We could certainly provide a stable for you for the night if you'd like.
Very cute.
Right.
Zahl physically is holding back laughter.
Do we have
There's
any
a
that
slightly wry smile the entire time. Like, the joke's never gotten old for her, despite being at this
Bless.
for decades.
wonderful? If we could get stables next to each other, that'd be wonderful.
My delight. Give me just a moment. And she just kind of turns and walks over to the side, pulls off just 3 regular keys. There's no bullshit here. And brings them back and puts them.
Demi, while she's gone, Demi turns to Zahl. I'm sorry, did you say howdy?
I feel like it's appropriate. And Zahl's like, Zahl very much is like, I feel like it's pretty appropriate.
Howdy.
So,
Am I wrong?
there's
No, you're right.
no monarchs in the inn, so regular pricing, you're looking at 3 gold pieces a room.
Oh, wonderful. Sure, she pays it.
Awesome.
Does that
Is there a trough?
What?
I'm deeply curious. Is there a trough?
We do
It's a stable.
serve a drink called the trough. If
That's
you'd
amazing.
like.
What is it?
It's a long wooden thing with a bunch of liquor poured in it.
I'll have one.
We're getting those.
I'm looking
Yes,
forward
please.
to it. It's
Is
always
there
good to
anybody
see
else? Is there anybody else that would be willing to bet that I couldn't drink a whole thing?
Oh, God.
That
I
was a
know
weird
better.
sentence.
It is. It is a weird one.
I like
I
drinking
don't think
coffee.
that's anything around here. But is there anyone else in this inn?
It's not crazy busy. You do see what appear to be mostly noble travelers. Just because this is the quarter of the city that they do their business, they seem to be taking it in good stride. They are enjoying the joke themselves of it. Few of them are goofing around. There's horseshoes in the back, and they're playing the game. Like a horseshoe pit
nice.
inside. And they're just kind of throwing horseshoes, and it's not crazy.
They have an embassy here, so I suppose that the King of Kyoland has stayed here.
Yes, I'm sure he's
Although
never
part
been.
of me thinks that he would actually
Like it.
laugh about this. I don't know. Maybe
So
that's just me.
If you can
but...
get him to come, we've got a list.
Oh,
Yeah, trying to
list
get
of
every
monarchs.
Yeah. Some of them won't.
wonder if his son likes horses.
Believe it or not, the Queen of ID camped outside of the city outskirts. She was so pissed off.
Oh,
That's pretty good, honestly.
what crawled up and died in her ass? That sounds awful.
The Pomar stealing her husband.
Oh, right. That would suck.
I feel like that would do it.
Yeah, she sold
Yeah.
I'm being honest.
It's unfortunate. Who's your favorite that's ever stayed here? Someone that actually enjoyed the joke.
the current head of the Pomars, probably.
Oh, you hate to see it.
Ooh.
Rowdy woman.
Oh,
That's delightful.
but nice.
In a rough way.
Have you... Josh, question.
Yeah.
Do we know who leads the Great Kingdom?
The Great Kingdom is a disparate series of city-states
Right.
that constantly
Okay, cool.
squabbles with each other. They don't
Sweet.
even know who's in charge most of the time. Which is why this is
It's
distinctly...
weird that they organized.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Love that.
The Great Kingdoms have always been a bit of a joke, historically, in regards to national identity and global geopolitics.
I wrote down our side quest of getting the King of Kyoland to stay here. No one worry.
Yeah.
Appreciate
I got it.
Wonderful.
Now,
I
I
got it.
will say, you guys are able to see your rooms and acquire
Mm-hmm.
food. Salvatore, you're able to return, and if you'd like to acquire rooms too,
Ah.
please feel free to do so.
Are they actually barns?
As you go in, the barn doors, there is this weird, it's not chintzy and it's not overdone. There are just a lot of nods towards the stable motif, but it is all opulent and elegant. And
Like a themed Airbnb.
it's like a themed Airbnb, that's right. But an inn, so big. But your call if you want to or not.
I'll get the rooms.
Okay. So, with that, you are able to bed down for the night. You will be waking up on the 23rd of Ready-Reet in the morning, but we are going to end our session here,
Oh,
my friends.
no show?
It's been a long one. We will get to the show
Give me a
next week, and Lord knows what
Joe.
else. But, guys, before we head out and raid some people, we've got a few more, oh my god, announcements for you. Perfect timing, hiccups. Good lord.
Oh, buddy.
That came out of nowhere. Announcements. Parker, I believe that's you, right?
You actually start, but I'll do it for you.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. We couldn't do any of this without our partners, Soundtail. They've been with us since the beginning, and they give you all this great ambiance. Check out the link in chat. Make sure Josh doesn't die, but they bring us all this wonderful stuff.
Is my body
make sure to-
betraying me?
I don't know. We're also affiliated with Found Familiar Coffee. If you guys want to taste initiative, our link and our coupon code is in chat. We have the same code for Crafty Gamers. It's also 10% off, and we also have a link for them. They make wonderful ambiance candles and wonderful like coasters and different things. They're wonderful and great. I would be remiss to not tell you guys about Arcane Anthems. He makes free D&D music, and he also made our cool theme song that you guys all get to hear during the beginning and the middle and the end of this. So that's us. On to you, Sean.
Me? What about Josh? Josh, you okay?
I already did the thing.
Oh, okay.
He's dying. Just say the thing so we can raid.
Thank all of our moderators on the channel, you guys.
Thank you, Mon.
Thank you, bud.
Here. Couldn't do this stream without you. Honestly, it warms our heart, really, that you take that much care about our community and our chat. All those fantastic announcements. It'd be impossible to do this without mentioning all the recent Twitch activity. That's why
Yeah.
we appreciate you guys taking care of that. So thank you very much.
Guys.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, we will raid somebody. So stick with us, guys. We'll be gone. Goodbye. See you tomorrow for highlighted.
The next day.
Monday.
Monday for highlight.
You can find all of us
That's
tomorrow
true.
on Commune DM.
Yeah, all of us are going to be playing on Commune DM's channel.
Yeah.
We're gonna
Battle
try
Royale,
each
baby.
other.
Battle Royale.
Okay.
Bye, guys.
Bye, y'all.
I'm dying.
Oh no.